We are live. And just so you guys can see it, I'll actually put it up so you can see for a second what it looks like. Which would help if I did it actually from that computer, not from mine, which you can't see. Let's go to a browser. And then we'll need to send this link over to... Here, I can do that. Here.
I sent it over
Still
Messenger. I sent it over Messenger.
I just checked. It still doesn't
Work.
What'd you send?
The Veil Primer.
Oh no, I'm talking about the stream for Chris to be able to see.
Oh, is Chris watching?
He's going to, I think.
Oh, sick.
He asked for a link at least.
He goes into work at 4.
Chris does?
Yeah.
Okay, so he'll be able to watch for a little bit. Man, I gotta.
I'm like sending out to like my brother and like Chris and stuff. My stepdad Chris, who wants to play with us.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, we're live. You want to check out what this, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't started anything yet. We still got
No, I know.
minutes, but yeah, and this is for us. So. Oh my God, why is Discord taking so damn long to load?
Because it's in Discord.
Jeez, that took a hot minute. My computer just not wanting to work. Okay. Also, yes, the channel is like my old game stream name, so it has absolutely nothing to do with D&D.
Rolith?
All that jazz, yeah.
Did I say that right? Rolith?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got roll
Which is
in
nothing.
it.
I can always change it or whatever. Roll. It does. That's fine.
Yeah, I can't be in a stream with a username like Rolith. No, just like that.
Pronounced cavernous.
Cavernous. Yes.
Everything's silent.
Actually, I need to refresh the page too because that one's really far behind and it shouldn't be that far. And yes, I have it so the sound is not coming out right now because if I do, it'll loop back into the mic.
And that's called feedback.
It is.
Gotta throw.
Here, if I click this, and then we refresh, that should fix that up. You get some spells selected?
Spell-elected.
Okay.
You said how many do I get?
So you get to prepare 6, not including any that are innate.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
but any of those ones that are like the first level and second level?
So you can prepare any level that you want that you can have slots for. So either first or second for you. But if you were to prepare all second, then once you're out of second level slots, then you're at SOL. So.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas first level spells you can cast up, so you can take a first level spell and cast it as a second level spell. If you wanted to.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Ew, gross.
Did you said you already put in the
creator
link?
mode. What?
This is the link for our stream?
Yeah.
My bad, bro.
No, you're good.
I don't know why I said my bad. That was
okay.
Yeah, you should apologize.
Yeah. How dare I ask if this is the right link?
So normally,
We don't answer questions.
creator mode
What are you,
pops
a
up,
cop?
and it's not
Right. You fed?
You a cop, bro? Because you're a cop, you're legally required to tell me.
Yeah, I seen this thing where it was like, they were like lip syncing Harry Potter or whatever, and it was like, so you knew Voldemort was gonna kill my parents? Yeah. You knew he was at the house? Yeah. You knew where he was? Yeah. So you're an accomplice to murder? And then Dumbledore's like, you fucking fed, bro?
Alright.
Joke's on you, he did.
This is up.
Yeah.
Game is good.
No witnesses.
We're gonna bring this over here. Get rid of the game loading thing or game pause down at the bottom. The rest is good. I'll bring up this person. And we shall start here soon. Okay, so
Who's that?
which ones have you prepared so far? If you want to let me know.
Fog Cloud,
Okay.
and Tinkle.
Okay.
Speak with Animals.
Okay.
I've only looked at the first ones. I haven't looked at the second ones yet.
All good. You can keep looking.
Okay.
And turns. We can always pause and come back to that stuff too when we need to. But I think, other than that, we're ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Kill them all. Oh, sorry.
And new character sheet. Let's go.
Die. My Reaper.
I have Red
impersonation.
Bear Shade Tree coming in. He is the little sister of.
Red berry.
Yeah, what's nice is that, I don't know if you guys can see too, but on the stream, the way I had set up, I know I closed it out already, but the two pictures in the middle were the last two comic clips images that you put in there for the last two sessions.
Oh, nice.
So it was session 13 up on top, session 14 in the middle below it, and then we've got our camera on the top left, and we've got the actual Foundry, the map and the game they'll be able to see in real time, like as I'm scrolling around, like down to the bottom left.
Yeah,
There's a
great.
chat on the right side. If anybody ever jumps in and chats with us, which is not the point. It's going to be hard to keep to hand.
Did Chris say he had anything he wanted to do in Neverwinter before we left?
I do not have any updates from him. So if you are watching, Chris, you can let us know what you want Val to be doing and whatnot. You guys, actually, who wants to sum up last session?
Shopping.
Yeah, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. I got.
So we took a trip to the Elven District to pawn off some jewelry and
Tried to pawn off the goblet. Like multiple times.
and I mean, other than selling stuff, watching Yoso fail at bartering
yeah.
miserably 47 times. We also took a trip to the Dwarven District to get some weapon, or get a Huey appraised and sold and purchase
Okay.
and sell
You guys did some
armors and upgrade some armors as well. Other than sleeping off exhaustion for Val, we also took a trip to the Arcane Library to to find a component shop and try to pick up some needed components for spells and other useful things. Picked up some herbs. Were you ever able to look into healing potions?
Yeah, we looked at it together, remember?
Yeah, I'm talking about time frame. Did we ever figure out like a time frame? If
Like
I
how
had,
much time?
Yeah, if I had a day, would I be able to attempt to make one?
If you spent hours, like it's a job.
Yeah, like
literally.
I literally am talking about a day. If I was able
Yeah.
to spend a day.
Yeah, if you spent a day working, you could, like, it does not 24 hours a day. But
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
like an 8-hour
yeah,
day.
exactly. It's a business day.
Cool.
Yep.
To learn a new craft.
Yeah, to attempt, because you have never done so before.
I have never done
And
so
even
before.
though Pitt was a guild artisan and worked with his nomadic tribe, and
My tribe specializes in magical weapons and artifacts, not potions.
right, exactly. So they might have dealt some other stuff, but you
Yeah.
didn't have experience with
Yep.
that. Yeah. So kind of wrap up the last two sessions, put things back together for perspective, and I guess what, it would be good to give kind of a full picture of like the story so far and what you guys are doing, right? So of course you guys are inside of the Sword Coast. You guys met in Neverwinter, and you were all collected and kind of rallied and given a message by Gundren Rockseeker, and told that something big was going on. There'd been a big discovery, and that your help was needed. He wanted to enlist the help of you all. He reached out to you personally, spent some time with you, sent some letters, and he headed off on his own, well, not his own, but early ahead of you with Sildar, the human warrior, and they went down to Phandelver. You were supposed to get some supplies and take them from Neverwinter down to Phandelver, which you guys did so. You set out and headed that direction. Of course, you had a little bit of an encounter around the trail as you got there, made out of that just fine. You actually ended up noticing that a couple of the goblins, as they got away, one of them went up towards another location. You guys sniffed it out, made your way to the Kragma hideout cave system, and eventually you guys pushed your way inside. I'm actually trying to remember, did you guys go to Phandelver first? You didn't, you went into
We
the
went
caves,
to
right?
Phandelver first,
That's right.
and
You
because
dropped
we had
off
to
the-
drop off.
Yeah.
We wanted to drop off the supplies and not
Mhm.
leave them out in the
Yeah.
open, and then we went back to the cave.
You did, yes, which actually had repercussions, as it turned out.
Yeah,
Sildar was a little
Sildar
worse
got-
for wear by the time you guys got there.
Yeah, you got
Um,
fish hooked.
Yeah, but you guys got
Yeah.
into the cave. You guys managed to trigger a great number of traps, and my favorite moment was still Pacomius barely holding on as he was getting swept down the side twice by floods,
Oh yeah.
and then just managed to hold on to the side of the wall. Yeah, but you guys got in there. You pushed out the goblins up to the point where you got to Clark, who turned out to be the big bad in that area, who was running kind of that little group inside of the cave system. He actually ended up getting away. You guys pushed further in with a trap stuck to Val's leg that he stepped in. Yep.
He fought with the trap.
He did.
He did.
And then you guys made it around to the back end of things, where we picked up on the next session, and you guys encountered the last remaining goblins in there, in the den, where they were holding Sildar captive. On top of a ledge, you looked up and you saw who turned out to be Yimik, which was the kind of boss goblin in that space, rather than the bugbear Karn. And he had a knife to the throat of Sildar. Ultimately, Sildar ended up being killed while he was on his last leg, as you guys managed to save him, as Yimik and a couple of his crew were getting away. You guys...
Cure wounds.
Yes. And a little bit of fishing around in his mouth.
Yeah.
Because you guys weren't sure where
Cure
the gold
wounds
teeth
and
came
dental
from.
wear.
So he woke up with fingers in his mouth, which was really interesting. You guys headed over to Phandelver from there, got him some rest, and you met some of the people inside of the town. You got a little bit of direction, and eventually after Sildar had recovered some, he let you know what he was doing there. He let you know that he was escorting and helping Gundren Rockseeker, but that he also had his own reasons, that he in fact was a member of the Lord's Alliance faction, and that he was going to Phandelver also because there was a member of the Lord's Alliance that had gone missing, a Yarno Albrecht, who was a wizard inside the Lord's Alliance they lost contact with a while back. You guys, after getting to Phandelver, speaking to some of the people there inside of the inn, and Toblin Stonehill, and his family, you guys were told and kind of encountered some of the Red Brands. And the Red Brands were this kind of bandit group that were inside of Phandelver, that were harassing and terrorizing the people there, that were stealing things and, kind of controlling the space, honestly. So you guys had a small encounter with them, which ended up not even really being a fight, because you guys actually managed to intimidate them out of some harassment of one of the older people inside of Phandelver. Then you guys did some exploring, you got a little bit more information, and eventually found your way into a hideout for the Red Brands, and managed to pretty much walk straight across and go straight through a secret door, and then behind a wizard chilling in his little hiding spot. And it turns out you identified, that Yarno Albrecht was in fact the leader of the Red Brands, and went by the alias Glassstaff. Spoilers if anybody's watching. Too late now. Glassstaff. But while trying to get him out, you guys got him low health, threatened him, and then ultimately decided that you wanted to bring him back to town for due justice and to speak with Sildar Hallwinter, because this was supposed to be a companion. So what happened? Why did he turn from the Lord's Alliance, and why is he working with the Red Brands? And what do the Red Brands have to do with the Cragmaws and the looting and the theft of passing trade carts and things like that in and around Phandelver? But as you guys were trying to go out, and an encounter happened around another space, and you guys all headed towards it, Yarno, Glassstaff, was left unattended for a moment and managed to use a Misty Step to teleport away from you all and take off. Almost caught him with Raven, who is a rogue that is no longer with us, of course. But unfortunately chose the wrong direction to sprint and just managed to let him get away. Turning out that he found one of his escape packs and managed to chug a potion of invisibility. Was in the room with you guys, and you all kind of heard and noticed the door open as he slipped out, but nobody made anything of it. So he made a clean escape and is in the woods somewhere. So we weren't able to fully bring justice to that part of the story, and unfortunately Sildar is still inside of Phandelver looking to close that kind of wound for him and figure out if he can bring, the good name of the Lord's Alliance back and figure out what's up with him. You guys met Bruni before that point, of course, Brunhilde Shatterholt, a dwarf cleric who kind of accompanied you for some of the stuff. And then ultimately, inside of that hideout, you found out that the body of a family member of somebody who was murdered, someone was murdered, and the body was there inside of the hideout. And it was the father of a family inside of Phandelver. They had asked you to go take a look for it. So when you guys left the hideout, went back to Phandelver proper, and went and spoke with the Dendrars to let them know that, they were inside of Phandelver. So they were kept as prisoners. You escorted them out. They were horrified. They saw the body of their dead dad, who had been munched on by some aberration creature, a Nothic. you guys decided, hey, you know what? They probably aren't going to be happy in Phandelver anymore. Maybe we take them to Neverwinter. So you guys did. You escorted the Dendrars up to Neverwinter. Along the way, we actually had our kind of insert one-shot where we decided to go check out the Leather Hollow from the Grim Hollow series. And that is where we lost Raven, our rogue. So,
Brutally, too.
yes, indeed. Whatever it was that happened to him, technically you guys do not know.
He's just getting a tan.
Yeah.
He's chilling.
You got back up to Neverwinter, and of course I'm breezing over some details. Inside of Phandelver, you guys had some conversations with Sister Gariel, who let you know that there is a banshee somewhere over to on the east side of the trail, northeast side of the trail, over towards Tribor. And she had a silver comb, a rare kind of heirloom that she wants you all to potentially take with you and use as leverage and offering to Agatha, this banshee that might be able to foresee information, is capable of answering questions and divining information, but is a banshee, and so it's obviously terrifying and threatening, and a lot of people don't go over there. Coneyberry was abandoned, and it's this old, wrecked, ruined village, so there's just the remains of that. You guys encountered some other shops. Of course, the Alderleaf farm. The Alderleafs, Callan Alderleaf, told you about Radoth the Druid, who was over in Thundertree, which worked out great because you were heading to Neverwinter, and then over to the ruins of Thundertree to try to find Radoth, because Radoth the Druid supposedly knows this whole region of the Sword Coast and is going to be able to help provide some information about these other locations you're looking for, because now you're trying to find potentially a castle, a Cragmaw castle, where there might be the actual authorities that are leading the Cragmaws in this area of the Sword Coast. And Radoth might be able to help you find that, because there's no inch to land that he does not know. You guys make it to Neverwinter. You drop off the Dendrars. They are left with the acolytes of Ilmater, the god of endurance. They take them in and say, yes, no problem. We'll keep them here. We will provide them shelter and food. We'll keep them safe. Once they're good to go, we'll ask them to leave, create space for someone else. But yes, we'll help them get a life started here in Neverwinter. Much to the appreciation of the party, and of course Val, who is dead set on doing that, our paladin, who is not with us here today. Not dead, just not here today. You guys made your way over towards Thundertree. You set up camp and checked the place out. Of course, by this time, the Tabaxi Ranger Caviar had joined your party, also not here today. She set off to do other things. But she was with you as you initially scouted out Thundertree and noticed some bizarre things. There were some weird creatures inside of that space. And you thought, you know what? Let's wait a little bit. Let's go back to camp, recover, and then we'll hit it from there. In the night, you guys were raided by a party of orcs that really rushed you guys and actually did some damage. Almost made work of you all. So that was fun. You regrouped, recovered with a little bit of sleep, headed back into Thundertree, and that's where you found that sign, of course, that says, danger, plant monsters and zombies. Go away. Don't be here. Bad place to be. And standing in there, you're looking at this old, ruined town that's covered in, ash from the eruption of Mount Hotenau, years back in the past for this region. I think it was 50 years or something. And then in the back, there's this looming tower. And you guys, after collecting some information, speaking with some others, and also having an encounter with some cultists letting you know, hey, a young green dragon might have found its way into this area and has decided to take up residence inside that tower. Y'all are like, cool, let's go check it out. And so you did. There was a little bit of scouting. You guys thought, you know what, maybe we'll do this at another time. And then you changed your minds and went up to it and decided to just go right on in. And you did. So, obviously, it'd be a little brief. There was some other stuff in there. But you ultimately went in and were trying to be careful. Our paladin had up his aura to detect potential poisons, because you noticed that some of the corpses outside of these large spiders, which you'd encountered, which were dangerous even to you all as a group, had been just thrashed and eaten, and they were covered in boils and obviously killed by poison. So Val put up used his ability to detect poison in the area. It's like, no, we're good. I don't feel anything. You guys step outside for a second, and then as you're outside kind of reevaluating after having walked into just kind of the main cottage off the side of that tower, there's some rubble that comes in off the top of the tower. As you guys look up into the night, Pip first noticing it, looks up against the dark sky and the moon in the background. You see the eyes of a young green dragon peering down at you. Val hurries you all inside to the cottage, closes the door, and backs you into the tower. You know what? Let's go inside that actual tower. And as he ushers you all in and pulls you in, starts to close the door, all of a sudden this sensation overtook him, and he realized this great poisonous creature and presence was bearing down on him inside the tower, which of course was broken at the top and open to the night air. Turned back to you all with just a "I'm sorry." And combat ensued. You guys fought with a young green dragon. Many of you were caught in the initial breath attack, the poison breath attack. Now, to be fair, you guys did try to speak with him for just a moment. It was an initial combat, but the party was not really up to the idea of the dragon Venom Fang wanting to hold on to the party's bard for entertainment and telling you all to go push out the cultists in the nearby space. And by the way, he wanted to keep the magical sword, Talon, that was in possession of the paladin. So amidst those things, as he tried to flick the sword out of Val's hands over towards the corner, Val decided, nope, he's holding on to it, and called you all to arms. You sprouted up some entangling roots and vines from the paladin, druid. Yeah. And you guys fought. A couple people went down, one couple times. We had a very interesting moment where we had a couple spider transformations. We had all kinds of chaos. You guys ran up and around some stairs and stuff. Some of you went out back into the cottage, sprinted around the side, went back in, decided you do want to go fight. Yeah. Again, I'm paraphrasing.
It was Paladin and Druid versus Green Dragon.
Yes. In the midst of all that running around outside, the two people that stayed inside, of course, were Pip, our Rock Gnome Druid, and Val, our awesomer Paladin. And when they went back in and ultimately decided they were going to fight, there was a point where Val climbed up pretty high, a good 30 feet up around a spiral that went around the tower on the inside of it, and leapt off and was not particularly graceful, did not get a good attack on the back of the dragon, but managed to hold on. The dragon, noticing that tides were turning a little bit in the favor of you guys and that you guys were starting to land some hits, decided to get some space in the air above to just wait for breath and start to attack. But Val held on, and as the dragon goes careening up into the space, next turn came around, did not manage to continue holding on, and started to fall, but landed one final attack, which was just enough to give that hint to Venom Fang that, hey, you know what? I don't want to be doing this just now. Maybe I'll come back another time. And he took off into the distance and is somewhere out in the space of the region still. You guys collected a little bit of the stuff out of that chest, not wanting to stay there too long. You left Thunder Tree. And not having slept by that point for some time, already having been awake for a great period of time, several of you having been downed in recent combat, you made your way back over towards Neverwinter. You re-encountered Rydoth, who you had met prior to that point, who gave you some intel on the dragon. And on the way to Neverwinter, he chanced back across you and gave you some herbs that he'd collected for Caviar, to bring back Caviar, that's a Vaccine Ranger's pet. And then you guys got some information. He said, you know what? You did what I had asked. You pushed off the dragon from the ruins of Thunder Tree, and even though it's possible they might come back, at which point I might ask for your help once more, I told you that I would give you some information about a location if you wanted it. And you guys said, yeah, tell us where Cragmaw Castle is. And so he told you where Cragmaw Castle is. It is now marked on your maps, and that's the information you had. You made your way back towards Neverwinter as he flew off to wherever he was going back at Thunder Tree, and you guys, going into Neverwinter, tried to find some rest. At that point, that is when Yoso, our bard, which had joined the party, decided to go try to find a house of pleasures and work his way in. He was caught a little off guard by he tried to find the nicest one that he could, and he did. And then the prices caught him. Yeah, he wasn't really prepared to pay that. So he tried to barter, was unsuccessful, got thrown out, ended up just joining the party at Stalvin's Shroud, which was a rather modest but comfortable inn inside of Neverwinter, where you guys have spent the last couple of nights.
Yoso will return to that brothel one day.
So inside,
I still own you.
if they'll let you in.
Yeah, honestly.
But inside of Stalvin's Shroud, you guys spent a night to recover a little bit. Val especially at 3 points of exhaustion by that point in time. Really needed that sleep. The next day, you guys ventured around Neverwinter and spent some time traveling up to the Dwarven District, over to the Elven District, and down into the kind of arcane divisions of Neverwinter. You guys upgraded a few pieces of armor, sold many of the gems and kind of items that you collected over time to get a little bit of your money back. Ended up working out pretty well in favor. You even asked the dwarves inside the Dwarven District to refashion a few pieces of equipment, which took a little bit of time, but worked out well for you all. In the Elven District, you met some interesting figures and found that the diamond there was a little bit pricier than you were prepared for. So you decided, hey, where can we find something a little bit more realistic? Okay, the Arcane Divisions, where there's some wizards, some mages, and some studies. And you headed down that direction afterwards. You checked out a couple of shops. You went to Timot's Tits, Tats, and Things, which is where Pip decided to pick up some herbs and has purchased what he believes he would need to make a health potion. And fortunately, I believe it was a natural 20 you rolled on that. So you have not yet tried to make them, but you get a feeling that you picked up a good selection of herbs, and you got enough to try a couple of times with just a little bit of extra at the end there too, just in case, because you've never tried before. While speaking with Timot, he actually said, we definitely want to sell to you, but should you become proficient in making potions, you always have the option of selling back to us too, if you'd like, and maybe we could open up some business. You guys went a little bit further, and Blackberry wanted to find some materials for himself. Found a little hut that was kind of bizarre looking and had some magical enchantments on the outside, some lights in the doorway. Stepped inside of Le Morte, which was an arcane shop in that space, and found a very bizarre child, little girl with chaotic energy, very unusual to talk to, who pronounced that she had no name, and was sprinting around the outside with trails of energy coming out of her fingers as she pulled the items that he had requested, some parchment, some ink, a small diamond off of the walls. And as Blackberry purchased those and stepped outside, the door went dark and pitch black. And you guys were like, nope, out of here. Bye, let's go. You guys went back to Stalvin's Shroud. In that time frame, you all having arrived at a different time from the bard, Yoso. When Yoso arrived, he actually spoke and made an agreement with Stalvin, the owner, an older gentleman, older human, that if he were to play music and bring in some people, if he were to get the business flowing a little bit, would they be open to the idea of giving him room and board, maybe a little bit of food potentially? And ultimately the agreement was made, you know what, if you're bringing in a decent amount of people, then you can stay, we'll cover your pay, and we'll even get you free drinks. If you're doing a good job, we'll even cover a meal a day. So if you're playing well, we'll include the drinks, you get a meal a day and board. And then Yoso's like, well, what if I bring in a lot of people? Well, we're not rich, we don't have that many rooms, but if we're making hand over fist, then maybe we'll toss you some. You actually put down a little bowl, tried to collect some tips while you're performing, had some pretty good performance checks over both days. The first day that you did that, and then also the next day.
I think both times I trailed off at the end. It always started super strong.
He had some help.
Yeah.
Dancing lights and fairies.
Yeah. So on this day, when you guys were last out and were coming back from the arcane shop, Pacomius, you had an encounter, a repeat encounter, as it were, because the first time you passed to Neverwinter, before going to the ruins of Thundertree, you encountered a shadowed individual, human appearance and nature, but keeping into the dark ways of alleys and underneath overcast areas. As you were standing in the street, this person called out to you. You hadn't even known they were there. They stuck up, engaged with a little conversation, and gave you some details about other cultists in Thundertree and how there was a threat there you need to look into. So now, on this most recent day, being back in Neverwinter, you once again encountered this same person, who took even just a moment to show you his face. And as you saw that scar running down the left eye from underneath the mask that was covering him, black shrouded cloak covering the body, speaking in hushed tones, cryptic as you call it. Yes. Cryptic. Ultimately, gave you kind of a foreboding warning, but almost in friendly conversation, and kind of described to you hey, maybe don't be so quick to assume who your enemies are, and really consider who you're going after, and who you might be talking to, who you might be attacking, and who... I can't take that, but I will send a message in just a second. Said, hey, maybe if you are going to be going down further and looking towards areas like Cragmore Castle, and oh, wait a second, this person has insider knowledge, how did I know that? But you might find friends, so rather than attacking, something to look into. You weren't quite sure the purpose of that, didn't have any background information. You asked for a little bit more details, I think even a name or something, whatever the case may be. You basically got no response as he slunk back into the shadows and disappeared once again. Then you had gone in, the evening setting, moved into Stalvin's Shroud, played your little bit of music, had some success there. You guys got some more food, a little bit of basic drink for Blackberry. As the night was wrapping up, you all dispersed and started going back up the stairs to the second level of the modest inn that you're in. The inn that you're in, yeah. And Pacomius and Blackberry, we ended our last session at the point where going up those stairs and going to the door to go into your little room, you found carved brutally into and deep gashed into the door of your room a large depiction of a spider, and there was ash pushed into the grooves and covering the space. What appeared to be a black spider. And that is where we'll pick up for today's session. So, what are you all doing?
Mending.
It's never there. I guess after seeing that on the door, you're not there?
Not me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Oh, yeah, because we're sharing the room.
Yeah.
I would probably get my staff out and be on the defensive and sort of push the door open with the staff.
So the door is closed.
Okay.
And I'm standing
so if you're pushing...
I'm standing behind my very tall, big friend.
Okay. And then how about the rest of you? Because you all are coming up. If you're coming up the stairs, you probably haven't seen the door just yet, but you probably see the staff of Pacomius, the glass staff, as it turns out, being pushed up against this door. And he's kind of like posturing himself back and like poking at the door. Like, what the hell is going on here?
You okay?
Yeah.
What you did?
I would tell the I guess mention to the party or draw their attention to the spider etched into the door, and say,
Yeah, that's me.
and say that somebody's obviously been here. Actually, can I make an investigation or check to see like if I notice anything about the like if there's any clues about the
While he's
the
doing
carving?
that, I want to detect magic.
As a spell?
Mhm.
Okay, so go ahead and cast Detect Magic.
Pretty sure Yoso's just confused as hell as to what they're doing, right? Because I've been heard, and Yoso doesn't know nothing about Black Spider or anything like that.
I mean, you're probably just wrapping up.
Oh, that's a good
performance.
point. I
Yeah.
think you guys probably didn't detail a whole lot. You didn't say it. Yeah, I don't think you know Jack.
So
crap
I'm
about
just
this.
watching these. Well, I thought I already finished because I collected because we already handed out the silver and that show was already over. And then
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Unless
just imagining I'm watching you guys. I'm just like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, because you guys did not really take the time to tell them too much about your purposes on the road and what you did in Phandelver beforehand. You encountered them as they were leaving Neverwinter the first time. So this is your first time back in. This is your first time. You certainly didn't meet the individual in the streets and the alleys.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, so yes, you probably know very
I mean-
little. This should be a confusing sight for you. Investigation check from Pacomius, please.
While he's doing that, I also want to see if I can remember anybody coming down the stairs. Like you said it's a small place. You have very few rooms. So either is there like a window in the tavern somewhere? Like up in the upstairs hallway, or is there the only exit is out through the rooms or out? That kind of thing.
So for Stalvin Shroud, it's pretty modest to the point where they don't even really have glass panes for their
Mhm.
windows. When we described the rooms as you guys first entered them that first night, they're not particularly large. Fortunately, you don't take up much space, so you sharing a room with Pacomia is pretty reasonable, especially if you have like a little pad or something on the side. But you notice that you do have windows in the rooms, but no glass, just fabric and cloth covering them. They're fairly small, but they are open. There's no windows in the hallway there between the rooms. And then down on the ground floor, there's the stall door, which doesn't lock really, of course, going in and out. And then you haven't been into the back rooms where they prep the food or anything like that. As far as the people, there were people coming and going, but in the midst of the music playing, I don't believe anybody was particularly paying attention to the passage of people.
Nope.
So,
Me and him were aiding in your.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't.
so
paying
I
attention.
don't think anybody noticed anything other than just general bodies passing in that time frame.
Yep.
As he is taking a look at the door, you casting Detect Magic, the usual, of course, you're going to immediately be able to see and detect and feel the presence of the magic items that you have on your person. Aside from that, kind of feeling what would be in front of you, especially like focusing that towards the door, you don't see any magical glows on the door or coming from behind it. But again, it can be blocked by certain
It
thicknesses
has to
of
be
things.
3 feet of wood to.
Yeah.
Get.
So, well, then there's like stone on the side, and the rooms are pretty narrow. You don't see any glows coming from that space or feel anything unusual inside of the room there. You do feel, of course, the presence of the other ones around you, but nothing really else that was unexpected inside of Stop and Shroud. 30-foot radius, right? 60?
Yeah, 30.
30.
There's no
Just
magic
curious.
coming from the room.
Okay. I rolled a 12.
12. 12 total?
12 total.
Okay. So, the carving is obviously recent. Which, I mean, you've
That's
seen
what
the
I
door
wanted to
recently,
say.
so certainly it would seem to be so. The ash appears to have been spread on and pressed into the cracks, obviously for the appearance of filling it out, and the symbol very much matches one that you have seen once before on a letter that you picked off of the table of Glassstaff when you were inside of Redbrand's hideout. Other than that, you don't notice anything especially standing out about the door or the symbol or anything like that.
There, I don't think you said that there was, but there was no writing or anything anywhere by the symbol or anything like that?
No writing.
Okay.
Nope, just that. It's a fairly large spider. It's carved in and very, very evident.
Very noticeable. Okay.
Yes.
And there's nothing on any of the other doors.
No, just that door.
What? Your my door.
What did
and
you do?
Yeah, because there's about 10 rooms upstairs total.
It's
So it's pretty easy to walk past all those doors and see them.
I haven't been naughty. I don't think. You've been naughty. Anybody else? Well, y'all haven't been naughty. Y'all haven't got.
I'm always naughty.
I'm assuming I'm asking these guys what's going on. What is that symbol? Why are we freaking out right now?
Let's talk about this in a room.
So as that's
Not
happening, staff pressed up against the door. Pacomius, what are you doing?
I want to investigate the room.
Yeah, first
You gonna go
let's make sure that we're
Yes.
Okay, so you go for the handle, and
not
as you
entirely
start to
sure
open
what's
it, and of
going
course,
on
I don't know any of that.
yeah, the door, the handle, you didn't leave it locked, and it opens naturally. It creaks on its kind of shoddy hinges, it's modest in, as the door opens up inside, with no light coming in because nothing is lit at this point. It's dark, but the cloth that was against the window in the back is separated and moving ever so slightly, a little bit of breeze coming through. And there's just enough light out on the street back behind it that a silhouette is cast. And the music gone. The only thing left inside of Sovereign Shroud is the voices downstairs, kind of petering out. Still some good conversation and everything, but other than that, pretty tame. It's kind of eerie. As you're staring through, you see a silhouette cast against that the open window in the back. There is something large dangling in the middle of the room in front of it. And as you push the door open a little bit further, the light starts to seep into that space. It becomes evident that what is dangling is a body suspended from the ceiling of the inn.
Dancing lights. You know.
Dancing lights inside the room?
Yeah.
All right.
Or
So, Blackberry, as you cast out your orbs and take up the space inside of this area, the dim light casting out, it very easily lights up what is in there. There is a small human child suspended from his ankle, and he is spinning ever so slowly, dangling and bloodied. And as he continues to spin, the body turns and starts to go over towards you. The face comes into view. The first thing you notice is that there is a blade implanted into the chest of this little child, this little boy. And it is directly over a note that is pinned into the body. And there's blood coming out and streaming down over the neck and over the face. Can I get a perception check from you, Pacomius, and you, Blackberry, real quick?
oh yeah, no, that's a big fuck.
21.
21. Pacomius, you recognize, particularly you, recognize this little boy. Because the last time that you saw him was in a different room inside of Phandelver, where he was hiding underneath your bed. This is the body of Pip. Pip Stonehill.
Damn.
From Toblin's.
Oh, is this the one that Raven and Pacomius found in the room and then shut
Correct.
the... Oh,
The
damn.
last time you spoke to this individual, you caught him hiding under your bed when he told you that someone had asked him to collect information and kind of spy a little bit on you all and paid him a few golds.
The bunny's ears is like standing up straight because it's like
I think after seeing that, Pacomius would immediately run over and get him off the rope.
I'm following into the room because all I've seen is them push it in and then just like him take off in. So I'm curious.
So you move into the room, you go up to it, and you untie the rope that is cinched around the leg of Pip, lower him to the ground, and set him on his back.
Like that.
All right.
And
Yeah.
it's broken.
Couldn't have timed that any better.
And of course, Chet on his back, because the blade is still inside of his sternum, a note pinned to it. Blackberry, you move inside the space, and with this light casting out, and also you all kind of posturing outside the door, a woman has come up from downstairs and is walking up and kind of starts walking towards the doorway and looks in to see where this light is coming through. As her head peeks around the corner, she sees you cradling a body, lowering it down to the ground with a Harengon rabbit standing just to the side, sees the blade and the body of a child, blood covering the face, and lets out this shrill scream into the space, and the whole area goes silent as it just reverberates off of the stairways downstairs, and you hear just murmurs for just a second downstairs as everyone starts to listen, wondering what's going on. There's a couple of footsteps from the side stairwells as people start to rush and see what's happening. A couple of them coming from, very evidently, immediately, the half-elf that worked there. Even the lazy human has come up, Stalvin, slowly working his way up the stairs behind. And you hear doors of the rooms nearby opening as well. Cradling that body, the door immediately adjacent to that room goes flying open, and there is a slender wooden half-elf standing there as she steps out and looks directly into the space, eyes going wide. If you would like to introduce yourself. As...
It was you.
Yeah, I know, right? Turn up, murderer!
Killer!
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to introduce myself here. So I am playing as a wood elf. She's about, I forget what
12 feet tall.
No, she is sorry. I was not prepared.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah,
It's all good.
We're never prepared for anything.
right. So she is a 5'2", olive toned wood elf with black hair and green hazel eyes. I don't really have a whole lot.
That's all right. What kind of gear is she wearing? What kind of weapons might she have? Any gear on her? Maybe it's left in her room. What's her expression? What is...
Well, she's clearly freaking out with the rest of them because we just see this child laying on the floor, or in his arms. She's wearing a leather armor.
It's
And
Pip.
she has
Comey is saying that? Okay.
No,
And so that's what you all hear. Yes, and you probably have not gone in yet.
No.
You and the bodies are starting to crowd. You're detecting magic to see what comes in. This lady is standing next to you now, this half-elf. Slender in stature, but still a giant to you, a good several feet taller. Yeah, but you hear, it's Pip from this strained, wretched voice of Pacomius inside of the room.
As soon as I hear that, I'm gonna wide-eyed, and if she's in the way, I'm gonna move her out of the way and walk in the room to see what's going on.
A rock gnome just pushed you out of the way.
Yeah, probably better. I'm thinking about it. They seen a dead body, and now there's a guy named Pip, and you're yelling, "It's Pip!
Yeah.
It's Pip!" Probably.
And of course, well, give me a perception check, because there's a lot of blood.
I'm gonna see if I can see anything out the window.
Okay, so you go over to the window?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a perception check at disadvantage. It's dark out there.
23.
Oh, yeah.
23,
That's a
you
big ol'
immediately
6.
recognize Pip
I don't see
Stonehill,
all.
who you also spoke with a number of times, and who got your attention, even brought you some food while you were inside of the Stonehill Inn. What did you get for yours?
I'm gonna try to cure
Don't even
wounds.
bother.
Okay. Okay, so you rush over, and you all watch as, cradling the arms, Pacomi is pulling the body to him. Pip runs over, immediately drops down, and puts hands onto the body and casts Cure Wounds.
Would it help or not do anything if I tried to also use like a healing word while he was doing Cure Wounds? Like, would that...
It's up to you.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll try to help out Pip.
So you feel this flurry of magical energy because you are also still sensitive to magic right now. It both illuminates your eyes and you can feel it in the air around you, the space around you, as these spells bleed into the body of Pip in front of you. You feel the energy seep into the corpse, but it bleeds out into the space, and you watch the light diffuse. You see and feel and hear as the intonations of the bard cast this trail of pitiful, sad music that tapers off as nothing happens and it doesn't take root, and the body remains cold and partly rigid and covered in sticky blood.
That counts
Do I
as
see
using
the
a spell,
note?
right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Do I see the note?
Yes. Oh, it's right there, plain as day. There is a handle, right? The sheath there, and it's inside of just underneath the sternum, pinning a note to the body of Pin.
I'm going to carefully take the dagger out and the note. I don't want to damage the note.
Okay, so you withdraw the dagger.
Mhm.
So as you withdraw the dagger, and some of the light from the floating orbs cast by Blackberry glints off the blade, which has this bizarre trail to it. It is not a straight blade. It has an unusual set of jagged curves to it. You notice, the wood elf, that this looks familiar to you, and because it's visible plain as day, the light gleaming off, no perception check needed. You know exactly what that is. The note comes free and slides off into your hands. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Glad I bought the paper.
Oh, did you even put in the marks to? Dude, that's badass.
Good evening, Halfwits. I am reading this out loud
Okay.
so that you all can hear it. And I've dropped the dagger on the ground at this point too.
Okay.
Because I don't care about the dagger. I have heard much about you from my spies and acquaintances. We have been watching you for some time. I believe by now you are aware of me, and it seems we are likely to meet in the coming days. While you have caused me some trouble already, I have no particular desire to engage with you. I believe it's safe to assume you shall continue inserting yourself into this game in which you don't belong. I have your dwarf, Gundren, or at least what's left of him. I'm afraid he and I have not yet concluded our business, so I cannot release him back to you just yet. However, if his behavior improves, I'll consider the possibility. He mentioned you all a time or two between shouts and screams. It was almost sweet. He seems to believe you'll save him. Do not worry, though. We shall force these delusions from him with due haste. Should he mean anything to you, it would be in your interest to cease interfering in my business. The Red Brands were an unfortunate loss, but one that I can live with. Further harassment of the Cragmaws, however, that I will not tolerate. Know now that you are in my sight, that you have stepped into the thread of my web, and I have seen my many eyes upon you. My forgiveness can yet be bought, but my price shall be steep, and should you continue to pursue the caves, that price shall be your heads. Should you desire to make amends, or should any of you wisen up to the opportunities I may yet offer, you may converse with me through my servant, Virith. You've met several times by now. You may leave him messages and can be certain he will get them to me, if they are worth my time. Tread carefully now, my brood hungers. It's Virith, right? That's how you pronounce it.
Vyerith. Probably commonly pronounced Virith.
What kind of stuff were you guys into before I met up with you? I guess I'm gonna go and do I see the wood elf? Because wood elf's like right there at the doorway, right? Do I
Yes.
see the wood elf like looking at the dagger or anything, or do I
So
notice?
when you look over at the wood elf, the half elf wood elf, right? You see just a look of shock, like normally pale, more than pale right now. It's clear that blood has flooded out of the face, eyes are wide, staring intently, eyes focused on the bloody dagger that has been pulled out and dropped onto the ground.
So I see. I'm sorry. You said I see her like focusing on the dagger. And
Yes.
stuff? I'm gonna pick up the dagger. Do I recognize anything about this dagger at all?
Give me an investigation check. Or I guess perception check. It's just gonna be perception for you. No. Give me investigation.
Investigation?
Yeah.
Deception.
Investigation
Investigation.
is plus 3. 5.
No.
No, it's this a big knife.
Sharp.
Ow.
No, it's just a normal
Is that
size
how that
knife. You're
works?
just small.
I'm just small, yeah.
So you are looking at a fairly standard, pocketable, easily to hide, like stealthy type dagger, right?
Mhm.
It's a thin blade, but particularly strong. Even just feeling it is a good metal. But rather than just being a straight dagger, like you would normally be accustomed to, probably even potentially have one on your being on as a.
I have a dagger,
Yeah, I thought so. This has jagged edges to it, and just from common knowledge, that's not usually functional as a weapon. It's intended to cause additional damage in use. It doesn't make it a more finessed weapon. It makes it a more painful weapon. But other than that, you recognize nothing. You know nothing about this blade, where it came from, what design it might be, or anything else about it.
So I'll walk my way over to the body. Is it cold? Is it warm? Lukewarm?
Give me a
Healing,
medicine
no.
check.
I'm trying to figure out. Can we kind of get an idea of how long he's been?
Is there a window in this room?
16. That is a 17.
17. A good roll, but not proficient in the arts. It's not going to be enough for you to get much detail.
Yeah.
You can tell right away the obvious things. The body is not warm, and it has some rigidity to it. The eyes are partially opened, partially closed. Who knows if that's how they set, or if it's because of the stickiness of the blood that's pooled into them and started to crack over the face. Some of the blood was still running, though. It's not all dry. It was still coming out of the body as liquid, if not a very sticky liquid. There was a pool underneath, which Pacomius is largely kneeling into, the blood separated out underneath him, soaking into his monkish robes.
Do we see any blood coming in or out of the room at all? Or
Uh,
was the deed done in here?
you do not notice any trails.
I would assume the deed was done in here then. So
Is there a
somebody
window?
had a little bit of
Yeah,
time on their
kinda.
hands.
I'm gonna kind of rush through and snatch the dagger from his hand and look at it closer and just have this like look of disgust and confusion and
I
just
assume we
kinda,
notice her kind of rushing in. take the
Yes.
dagger.
Yeah. She's the only person in the
We're like,
room.
what the hell?
And there's light cast into the
I
space.
can't lie. I don't think I would just be like, oh, take it. Like, I think I'd be like, oh, what the hell? Because I saw someone rushing towards me and trying to grab
Oh,
the
that's true.
knife.
You did have it in your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are you and what are you doing?
Yeah, same question. I think I've still got the knife, honestly. Do I still have the knife? Or
Well, are you letting her take it? Are you
No.
trying to take it from him?
I'm not like, I guess it's more like an instinct thing. Like, I just see someone I don't know rushing towards me trying to grab the knife, so I'm just gonna go like that. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
How are you trying to take it from him?
I guess I'm gonna kind of walk towards him in a very forward fashion and just try to reach for the dagger.
Okay, so you're not gonna like try to struggle against
Yeah,
her.
no,
Okay.
no.
So it
I'm-
literally is like a, oh, whoa,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, same question. Who the hell are you? What are you
I'm
doing?
gonna tap Shillelagh on my staff too, just because I don't know who you are.
Yeah, I think I'm taking the flute out with the other hand.
Well,
He just
think
said-
about it.
Careful now! Woo!
I shall simulate gunfire.
Guys, there's a dead child in the middle of this room. Okay, this is a somber moment.
Yeah.
Assassins in the corner.
So you all see this kind of brief encounter as this elf comes in, this half elf comes in, and kind of drops down and reaches for the blade that is being held by Yoso. Yoso, you reflexively pull back from it, and then immediately you notice a defensive posture go up in the other side of the space. You see Pip light up a staff as it starts glowing with this green energy, which is actually very familiar to you. You especially recognize it and immediately make a connection with what that is.
Buddy starts calling up, old spell.
Yeah, and you see and hear some murmuring and muttering of different incantations, and you're looking over and notice that there is an arcane focus, which for you is what's your focus anyway? I forget.
We're gonna call it a big.
Carved carrot. Okay, all right.
I carved it for him last
Love
week.
that.
By the way, the thing that you see doing this is a little rabbit. It's a harangun with a cloak, and it's what would otherwise be a modest cloak has this golden thread woven into the back in this pattern of a carrot that is backlit by these streams of light coming out of the back with like expensive, nice threads, which makes it stand out quite extravagantly.
I'm
It's a
gonna
red
kind
carrot.
of like take a step back once he takes a step back, and I'm gonna almost in a somewhat aggressive tone ask him, "Where did you find that dagger? Where did you get that dagger?"
In this kid. In this kid. Why do you want this dagger? Who are you?
If you,
Should
as you
probably-
can see by the situation in this room, it's pretty obvious where the dagger came from. Who are you, and why are you running in here trying to grab it?
You're not just some sick.
What do you know
Obvious.
about this dagger?
Gets
I've
off
seen
on-
this dagger before.
Bloody children.
Gets off
I'm trying to
on-
remember how I should word it.
So as you say that, you hear, "It's a child," and you look back, and there's a face holding onto the side of the door, staring in. As you all look and see and recognize Stalvin, just looking flatly in at you all, eyes bouncing from one of you to the next, trying to take in the scene. And he steps very slowly, one step into the space, two step. And what was already a somewhat hunched over older man who had been more lively recently and happy with the interactions with you all and the people you brought into his establishment, his business, just deflates as he hunches over and drops onto his knees a little bit in front of you all and just looks at the body and says, "Who did this? When did this happen? Why?"
We're trying to figure that out. You should call the guard. Though.
I was just thinking the same thing, yeah.
You hear him call out very weakly back behind him, having walked past the half-elf. He does so, the one that works downstairs, and sends him downstairs to go into the streets. You hear stumbling, probably more unsteady on his feet than he would normally be otherwise, as the half-elf takes off and kind of bounces off the back wall, runs downstairs out to the streets, and you hear a meager shouting for guardsmen, come help, come see, there's a body, come quick.
You were saying.
Yeah, I think you need to start answering questions right now. Saying that as you go, so.
Yeah, you'll notice the little bunny. I mean, he's 3'3" to include the ears. I mean, he's like, he's got something he's going to level at you in a minute if you don't start answering questions.
Yeah, he's a very intimidating
You should-
bunny.
Yeah.
Probably start off with who you are.
He's not happy at the moment.
Nobody has a holy hand grenade to deal with this rabbit.
No.
So I'm just going to kind of say like, my name is Ikara. I'm just passing through, but I've seen this dagger before. It was a long time ago, and I don't really remember much about it.
Hmm.
And
Can I?
You don't
do I
remember much
see if
about it,
like
but you
she's?
clearly don't like
Does
the
it look
side
like
of
she's
it.
hiding anything or?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
13 plus perception is to 15.
So visually, if she's hiding, as opposed to like intonation, like insight, how she's
Yeah,
talking,
just
but
yeah.
what you see when she's talking is like a withdrawal into herself. She is remembering as she is speaking these words, and there is a glaze over her face, and the the posture that she's taking is one of fear and pain and remembering, and just in general seems very sincere as well, even without trying to look too far into like how she's coming across. Yeah, you can see that she is visibly appears to be hurt and very genuine. There's something about this blade that she remembers, and that scares her and hurts her.
Who are you? Like, what's your name?
Well, she said it was Ikara.
Oh, did you already say it? My fault. Sorry. I thought I. Yeah.
What
Sorry.
do you mean?
Now I'm the weird one in the group.
Now?
Yeah. Right.
Where
Did
you
he jump
see
above
this
his head
dagger?
on his way in?
When I was with my parents a long time ago, there was an attack, and I don't really remember too much of it, but I've seen this dagger before. I'm trying to remember like how I should word this really.
You're good. you've seen this dagger before, you said,
Mhm.
but you don't know who owned it.
I don't know who owned it. No.
Inside check.
Okay.
I don't
give me an
believe
insight
her.
check.
Yeah, because the bunny's not sure he believes her.
Okay.
Oh, 9. That's a 12.
Yeah, that's also a 12.
12s? Okay. So just so you know, I know some things about your character and your background, but as far as like when you are portraying your character as well, let's say that there are situations where you're trying to give certain information and be honest, or you're trying to lie, or you're trying to act. If you are telling the truth and trying to convince someone, that would be like a persuasion, right? Or if you're trying to tell them a lie or withhold information, or
Right.
stray from the truth at all,
Right.
there's deception. Or if you're trying to just like put information out there as a presentation, which has its own things, those are performance checks. There are times when you can just tell them outright that, like, if that's enough for them to be able to tell. And in just general, if they're just talking with you and you're not trying to hide something, this would be a situation where you get to decide, you know, hey, either yes, this is obviously coming across as sincere, or you feel like something is up, there's something hidden, something like that. If you don't want them to know whether you're being honest or not, you can make a roll to see how well you work. It's like they had a 12 insight, right? You're like, okay, well, I don't want them to know everything if I'm deceiving. Let's see if I convince them. Don't say you're rolling deception, because they might think you're rolling persuasion, deception, whatever the case may be. Just roll, and then say the number. And if I need to get clarifying information from you, I will.
Okay.
But in this case, probably, I just assume, yeah. So you can tell easily enough that she seems very sincere. Same thing. She means it when she says that she recognizes this, but that she truly doesn't know much or can't remember everything about it.
Okay, I'll dissipate the energies.
I'll drop my guard a little, but is there anyone else at the doorway? Like, are there, like, do people come up and stuff, and is there a bunch of people up here, or?
There is a hush of quiet murmuring of 4 or 5 bodies standing just outside, trying to peer in past the forms that are taking up the space by the doorway. That of Ikara, that of Pip, and that now of Stalvin, who is just gray and further falling into himself, staring straight forward at this body being nested to the body of Pacomius, as Pacomius is, I don't know, rocking back and forth or just looking down at this body of the boy who he had spoke with last inside of Phandelver, and who also you had urged to not speak with whoever they had talked to beforehand. Because do you remember who it was that had tried to convince him to get that information inside of that room?
No, did he tell us? I thought he just said it was some stranger and we couldn't get him to...
It was
Oh man, did I not read
It was the doppelganger
Yeah,
of minor befriend. Starts with L.
Lennar.
I haven't transcribed my notes from my other binder in here yet, so I don't have.
All good. It was. So he described what you all believe to have matched the description of Lennar, the miner that you had first encountered
that's right.
when you were getting food inside of the Stonehill Inn in Phandelver before he set off to go make his way. But then later you found Lennar also inside of the shop when you were trying to find supplies, when there was something different about him at that time. I believe that Pip was the one to notice that he all of a sudden had a scar on his face that he hadn't recognized before. But there did not appear to be a new injury, certainly not since that morning when you saw him just hours beforehand.
I'm gonna go up to Stalvin, just kind of like, my friend, I know this is...
Witness.
I know this is a tough situation, but we need to wait for the guards, and I feel the less bodies, the better. You should deal with your customers, and I'll try to, like, put my arm around him, because he's on his knees, right? I'll try to, like, put my arm, just kind of, like, deal with the customers. We'll wait here for the guards.
You start to kind of try to quiet and comfort him, and as you do so, there's another shuffling by the door as the lazy man that worked downstairs for the bar comes over and just quietly puts an arm underneath and easily lifts Stalvin up to his feet and starts turning him and walking him out of the space. Stalvin says nothing, just drags his feet underneath him as he gets kind of carried outside. A few moments pass, but then you hear the man, the lazy man, who shot up your name.
I want his backstory.
Bob. Yeah, as he starts kind of ushering the people away, kind of getting them into different space. So it takes a little bit of time as you all are doing so. Meanwhile, the open window still fluttering gently in the back of the room, you start to hear trails of voices, multiple voices outside in the distance that are approaching Stalvin's shroud. Yeah.
I guess, I mean, my only thought is to wait for the guards, to be honest.
I'll walk over to Pacomius and put a hand on his shoulder.
I'll
Or like on his butt cheek.
Well,
He's on his knees right now.
Yeah,
so-
so he's like,
So I can do this.
Okay, fair enough.
He's on his knees. And be like,
I will go over to
you
the,
should collect
to the
yourself.
bar.
The guards are on
I
their
mean,
way.
The bunny doesn't really know this kid too well. But he doesn't like, obviously children being slaughtered for any reason. But I fear that the guards would think we did this. This bothers me. I don't know.
I mean, I know I'm okay. No, they
Yeah.
shouldn't think we're good. We've been entertaining guests all night.
Yeah,
First
we've
of
been
all,
downstairs.
Yeah.
We have
there's a letter.
alibis
Yes,
for,
I would say
our,
that,
for our locations all day, and we have evidence.
I would say Pagomis feels especially guilty because I think it was him and Raven were
Yeah.
okay with the plan for Pip to be this like undercover spy.
Yeah.
Y'all tried to double agent a child. It didn't tell
So
us.
Double
he's,
O
yeah,
nothing.
he's just there. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
as the time passes a little bit, Stalvin is walked out. The people
Fuck, we
start to
killed this
shuffle
kid.
away. You all are kind of recovering. A few of you kind of interacting briefly with Akara for a moment. This half elf, wood elf that's inside of the space. You hear footsteps underneath you on the first level. You can audibly tell that people are getting out of the way, and there is heavy booted steps that start to make their way up the side. And then from both ends, 2 bodies, 3 bodies, 4 bodies come up the stairs as 6 guardsmen step inside in a different array of armors, mostly leathers. 2 of them actually in kind of heavier set armors, even plated for one of them. As they step forward and they push their way around the 1 or 2 people that are still inside of the space and step into the room, immediately can see what's going on, even in the dim light, walk over and start to kind of roughly grab the shoulder of Pacomius and turn you, body still held in nestled with you there on the ground. They look down and say, all right, what happened? Who's the boy? Who did this?
I would.
I just give a knowing eye to
I'm gonna-
the bard.
I'll walk up to the guard and hand him the note so that he can read it.
You give the note to the
Yeah, I'll
guard.
let the guard read the note.
Okay, he pulls it from your hand, shakes the blood off the side, pulls it up, looks in the light in the back, and reads it for a moment. Who found the note? Do you know who it came from? Where was it?
It was on the boy's body, stuck with a dagger.
That's one way to get a message across, huh?
Yes.
What's this? The spider. It's not
Nothing.
signed?
That's
Does it mean anything to you?
Somebody.
from what we know, just an organization from somebody known as the Black Spider.
And they
The
seem to
buddy
not
kind of
like
points
us.
at the
that's all.
door.
And Halfwits?
Party.
Party.
The Halfwits?
You might have heard of us.
I can assure you I have not.
Shut up. This is not a joking situation.
Who owns this place?
Who was
Who
joking?
owns this place?
The inn. Who does it belong to?
Stalvin?
Stalin.
Is that his name? Stalvin? Is he the owner?
You all stay here.
Shroud.
My men will make sure nobody leaves for the time being. I want to go have a conversation with him. He starts to disappear around the back. He turns around for a second, holds the note. Says, we might need to look at this later. For now, hold on to it. The boy stays here, right? Looks over at Pacomius, says, that body stays here with you?
I'll say, well, since you want to know, I'll say we know this boy. This boy is from Phandelver. His name is Pip.
The boy's from Phandalin.
Yes.
Who brought him here? Was he with you all?
Last we saw him, he was in Phandelver.
How long ago was that?
What was that?
In days. Probably
2
weeks.
days travel, a couple days here already, rest of the day, so probably about a week.
I'd have to think about it. It's probably been between 4 to 5 days. Well, actually, no, maybe like 5-6 days. Yeah, it's probably been about a week. But they don't go by week. Half a 10 day.
A fortnight and
No.
a half.
Yeah. So, here it says, what about the family? Where are his parents?
Phandalin.
The boy's without his family? I guess it doesn't matter now. Fine, I'll go get more details from Stalvin. You all stay. He disappears down the back, and a couple of the other guards come in. You can see that a couple of them don't pay too much mind to the attention. One of the younger men in armor, kind of longer, unkempt hair and whatnot, wearing a leather helmet, is just looking around at the blood in between you all. sees a blade in your hands, and eyes are just going back and forth between Yoso and the body being held by Pacomius.
Wait. I have plenty of people who can tell you where I've been all night. I have been performing downstairs. I'm holding this so that we could retrieve the note. Here it is, and I will present him the knife.
Well, whose dagger is it?
That's a good question. Guard. Hand him the dagger.
Did you say that these people can vouch for you? Who vouches for him?
I'll say those hands better go up.
You can see one of the other older guardsmen kind of goes over and like smacks him on the back for a second and says, "Fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it."
Must be really green.
They take a moment and they kind of look at the space in the room, and eventually they start ushering the rest of you out, leaving, attempting to push all of you out except for Pacomius. The eldest appearing of the guardsmen comes over to you, Pacomius, and starts to pat you on the shoulder. And says, "You can bring him if you want, but let's go somewhere where there's more light."
Okay. I'll go ahead and carry the body then, wherever he's going to lead me.
Yeah, he doesn't try to stop you. You guys make your way out into the hallway. There's not enough space. They quickly start ushering you down into the main space downstairs, seeing eyes from some of the people in that area. They look around and kind of point you over towards the back storage area where Stalvin and his helpers would disappear into to start going and grabbing food from storage and whatever the back storage room may be, and kind of leads you over into that area.
Before we leave the room,
Yes.
I kind of want to I'm probably the shortest of the lot in the group. I kind of just want to take a look underneath the bed.
Okay.
Just kind of see if there's anything unusual.
Give me an investigation check for the room as you're looking around inside of the space.
That is a 16.
And we'll say you do this kind of real quick before they usher you out, since you were already back in the corner of the room. So taking a quick look underneath, you were in this space, so you already know what should and shouldn't be here. Everything looks in order. You don't notice any clothes that don't belong. There's no unusual footprints, no blood that has pooled there, no hidden weapons or anything like that. Nothing stands out to you.
Okay.
So back downstairs, as Pacomius, you and you alone are led into that back room. If no one else is following, the couple other guardsmen and the guardswoman that's there start ushering you all to the tables and pulling out to the side and asking you all to sit down and just kind of looking at you. They take a few moments speaking with each of you and getting some of the backstory, depending on what you all are willing to share and to tell them. What details are you divulging to the guardsmen of Neverwinter?
For me, it's just going to be what I've been, based on what they're asking me, if they've been asking what I'm up to for the day, or what I've been doing all day, or just me in general.
They want your story. They want to know what you're doing here, who this boy is to you, what you think happened.
I'll tell them basically everything from when Yoso began with the Halfwits, just, who I am, what my goal has been is to be known as the greatest bard, why I'm with the Halfwits. This boy means nothing to me.
Are you letting them know that you failed trying to get into the House of Pleasures?
I'm telling them I went to the House of Pleasures. Yeah, I'll go too far into detail. I'll tell them that I went to the House of Pleasures and was...
So in other words, not very much useful about the boy.
Yeah, basically. Else. I'm like, when they ask about me, I'm going to be like, well... I'll be like...
2 years at this school of music?
Yeah, I'm starting like my whole life story. Like when I was 5...
for this magic flute.
Yeah. But as far as the boy goes, I'll it's a sad situation, but the boy's face means nothing to me. And as far as what I've been up to, you can ask anyone, owner included. I've been down here performing with some help of my friends here.
Okay. What about the rest of you? What type of details are we sharing?
I would probably tell them about how we know Pip and our interactions, but I would probably want to keep as much as the Black Spider info secret.
Basically explain that he's the son of the innkeeper in Phandelver. And that's how we met him on our travels to Phandelver. That's how we know the boy.
Another thing of note, you wouldn't even need to roll to remember this. You guys know that, of course, the Stonehill Inn inside of Phandelver, where Tobin Stonehill is the innkeep. An older, very friendly gentleman, quick to try to help people and make accommodations and even coordinate where you're going inside the place. Lead you over to Killing Alderleaf and everything like that. You guys first met and talked with them there. the next interaction or next thing that really happened that was kind of big with their family was on your way to Neverwinter. Halfway there, do you guys remember what happened in Leather Hollow?
About his wife dying?
Well, you don't know.
Well, his wife being kidnapped and not rescued, aka
Trelana
right,
was
dead.
one of the people stolen from Phandelver that you all did not manage to recover out of Leather Hollow.
Was that the one shot?
Yeah.
That was the one.
Yeah.
That's not one.
He's having a really good week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so now here you are in Neverwinter, and this is Pip. This is their boy. And yeah.
Is there like some? Is this a storeroom or something along those lines? Right.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna just take a piece of cloth, a clean piece of cloth, put it over the boy's face.
Okay.
That's the way my people do.
Okay. So you all take some time, just kind of interacting with the guards, telling them your story. It sounds like not sharing details about the Black Spider or whatever you know of them. You get kind of mixed responses from the guardsmen. Some of it making sense, some of it seeming a little bit convoluted, like whatever network of people you've interacted with, and you just showed up and you met these people, and then on the way there, this boy is here without family, whatever the case may be. But some time passes, and two of the guards, the one woman amongst them, and then one of the other guardsmen come up to you, Pacomius, and kind of just hold out their hands for a second to you, gesturing for the body of Pip.
I would probably give it over just hesitantly, though. Obviously bereft with grief and feeling like this was my fault. But I would give the body over.
Val left to go to the.
Val's taking a nap.
Oh, is he taking? I thought he went to
He's
go.
still
I thought he went
asleep.
somewhere else.
Yeah, so unless someone went and woke him, Val
No.
is not with you right
Didn't
now.
he? I thought. Didn't he say? Or was that the day before? He
No,
said
the
he
day
was going.
before.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
He went over and visited the refuge camp.
Okay.
That man
to
has
go-
12 levels of
have a conversation
exhaustion.
with
He's
the
out.
I would also say that we need to inform his family or what's left of his family. Well, because I guess I wouldn't know about the.
No, you know.
You would have been told. I would
Yeah,
assume.
we told the party about what happened,
Okay,
so you know that
the wife is.
we weren't able to rescue her.
By the way, when they
That's
were
the
doing
reason
these,
Bruni left the party.
when they were doing these interviews,
okay.
the guards to us,
It's
were they
'cause
doing it like
Raven
taking us into a separate
essentially
room, doing
betrayed
one-on-one,
us,
or
and
like
then
were they
we
just
couldn't
asking
save
us in all in a
the
room, but
wife.
asking us one at a
Say
time?
that again.
There were several of them asking you, but they were having one-on-one conversations with you.
Okay, so I wouldn't have heard any of their conversations with the guards when they were
It's
having
like
their one-on-one.
it's like split interrogation, like
Yeah.
trying to see if
Right.
all the
See if
stories
the
add up.
story-
Right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out if I was
Thing.
like within earshot of this, because I'm just trying to say that way. I like
It's all in a pretty close space. You would have had to have really kind of paid attention to be
Oh,
able to.
so probably got some details, but nothing crazy. Like when he's talking about how they know Pip and stuff is what I'm saying. Like how I would know. That way I could be like, oh, I know Pip because they.
So you are not in the same room as Pacomius.
Okay.
So Pacomius' conversation you would not have heard.
Okay.
So it would have been dependent on the details that were shared over here. But before they start to leave, and while the body's being collected of Pip from Pacomius, Ikara, the guardswoman, comes over to you and asks a question. And how about your story? Where are you from? Are you with these halfwits as well?
No, I'm not. I was just passing through, and I haven't even spent a night here yet. I'm just got my room. I just happened to hear a commotion outside the door, and when I went to the next room and see, there was a body, and
Body eye. Well, I hear from one of the workers. She gestures over towards the half-elf that went and got the guardsman. I hear the blade looked familiar to you. Sounds like you may already have been aware of it. Maybe you brought it with.
You're so sus, bro. I love it. Sorry.
Mage hand.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Zone of truth.
Yeah.
I don't have
I've
that.
seen the blade before, but I know that I saw it when there was an attack on my village years ago, but I haven't seen it since. And
The blade is similar. It's the same blade. What is it?
similar, if not the same blade.
Who has the blade now?
I think the small one.
Didn't
I
he
mean,
give
they
it,
call themselves the halfwits.
I
Which
gave
one do
it-
you mean?
didn't he
I
give it to the guard?
Did you?
Yeah, remember
Okay,
I was like,
perfect,
here's the
right.
blade.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go take a look at it.
The green guard.
The green guard. Yeah. The dude who's super green.
Oh, yeah.
Newbie.
Yeah.
Fresh boots.
Yeah.
food.
Well, nothing stands out in the story so far. It's just one boy. We'll look into the details. We'll go talk with him. The body will be examined. It'll be kept, since she's saying this loud enough for you all to hear. It'll be kept within the city for the time being, and after we're told, after it's been examined, what the case of death might be, aside from the obvious. How long ago it might have happened. You're all free to go. Are you all staying in Neverwinter?
At least for another day
Mm-hmm.
before we head back to Phandelver.
So be it.
Yeah, I think it's important that we tell his family. So we're going to be heading.
It's nighttime right now, right? Like,
It is.
So I
It
imagine
is.
we're probably staying the night and then heading out, or yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So they all kind of share that information amongst themselves real quick. They gather up their own belongings and body in hands, held and kind of supported by two of the guards there. They walk out the door and start disappearing into the dark, into the streets. Stalvin Shroud is quiet. Many of the people have retired upstairs to their rooms. A few people checked out. A few of the people, very obviously, once the guardsmen allowed them to, left. You can see Stalvin is seated behind the bar, not standing working it, but on a chair, looking deflated and worn and sad behind the space.
He's behind the bar, or he's like.
He's off to the side of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so behind the bar space.
Can I walk over there and just go behind the bar, just make him a drink? Like, I know it's his bar, but it feels like a situation where I'll just pour him a drink, and not say anything, just. And
What
grabs
type-
the glass,
what type
gives
of
you a nod,
cocktail did you make?
He looks at it for a second. You can just see him staring. Seems to think better of it for a second, and then just uprights it, drinks the drink, drops the cup on his
I
side.
have built a good relationship with this man. I'm just saying.
Before they take the body, I don't know if you allow it or not, but I just kind of want to.
Excuse me, honey.
I don't want to get like this close, but I just kind of want to walk around it, see if I notice any strange odors. Notice anything strange on the. I assume it has shoes, if not on the feet. Is there a scent of dung? Hay. Just kind of get an idea of. Obviously this kid was somewhere in the city.
Yeah, so he looks much the same as when you last left him, and from the look and being as close as you already have been, nothing really stands out to you different than you would already have noticed. Yeah.
And just for my verification, the dagger itself had no magical properties.
It
was
did
just
not.
Okay.
It did not.
All right. For the first time in this series, Pip is gonna have a drink as well.
I think Yoso is just gonna go back on stage and just start like playing some like somber music. Not like anything. I don't know, kind of like just something like.
You gonna play music?
None of dirge.
You're gonna play dun 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 dun
Yeah,
on your,
right, like a
on your,
band show.
on your flute.
No, but like I'll just. Oh
Band
yeah, I
jazz.
forgot I have flute. Thank you. No, I'll just go out and just start kind of playing like a kind of something like.
So as you go over there and you
Somber.
start playing music, you're kind of looking down at your pamphlet, getting it tuned. You start playing it tuned. A cup comes flying at you and just misses it, smack to the back wall. The noise startling everyone inside the space, and you look over towards where it came from, and you see Stalvin, his arm settling down at his side, still just looking, seated in his chair. Doesn't say anything, just kind of looking off to the side.
That's so sad.
I think you just
I'm
got.
not gonna take that personally. I get it. I'm just gonna.
I think,
Roll initiative.
Yeah, right.
I think you just got fired.
I don't know why. It seemed like a good time to just play some very somber, like, I don't know, something.
Some
So-
people just want to drink in peace.
You didn't even want to drink.
The body of Pacomius, or body of Pacomius, the body of Pip, the body of Pip has been taken.
Here.
There is nobody else now except for you all inside of the first floor of Stalvin's Shroud. Stalvin even makes his way into the back and disappears into space. It is quiet out on the streets. The guards have left. You all are there alone together with your thoughts, with a strange new half-elf who has identified herself as Ikara.
Did she sit at the table with us?
I'm sitting at my
She
own
was sat
table.
down and
Sitting at her
questioned
own
with the
table?
guards amongst you all because she was in the room. When the
Well,
guards
I'm
came.
assuming this is after all the guards left
Yes.
and we've all
Yep.
gathered back together.
Yeah, you tell me.
So
I'm gonna take a seat by myself and just head in hands, just trying to think about what's happening.
okay. Well, we're all sitting at the table. I'm just gonna ask. So, What's the plan now?
Actually, I think I would probably at this point find somewhere to like wash the blood off and get all cleaned up again.
Yoso's a talkative guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, if it's the bunny and Pip, the bunny's like, I think I'm gonna go kick somebody's ass.
Maybe
The,
one-
normal,
maybe one or
pretty docile bunny's like, you need to go kick somebody's ass.
Every time I want to say something,
Are
I
you
take it
are
back,
you
yeah.
sitting with us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after that, I'm just gonna go over, sit down. But then,
So are you enjoying the adventurer's life?
I mean, again, this sucks, but it's nothing that serious to me. I don't know Pip like that,
Well,
Yeah,
we did.
and that is unfortunate. And that's why I
So-
said it sucks.
Is there anything on the table, like
You heard the
food
note.
wise or anything like that?
Sorry about
There's some.
Biscuit, like a biscuit.
Yeah, there's some unfinished food that wasn't
heard
cleared and
me
has to
read
be
the
cleaned
note,
up.
right?
There's a
Throw
couple of.
biscuit at him. It's like,
Well,
it's like,
You throw a biscuit over at
you
Yoso.
obviously
yeah, it's
heard
like-
that we're also leaving for Phandelver soon.
Mm-hmm.
You coming with, or are you staying here?
I'm coming with. I would say. Again, I'm not like I want to write this down and turn and as part and like use this inspiration for a song, but unfortunately that is what it is.
There are plenty of sad songs.
There are plenty of sad songs.
But since you're coming with us,
So you're a country
Congrats.
artist.
Congratulations on graduating from a temp.
Yeah. I think, I mean, and this is just me. What do you guys think? I think we should bring her, or at least talk to her. She seems to know something.
Yeah, if she has information about the knife, she might have information about who was ultimately behind it. So
I guess you want to walk over with me to her? You guys want to go talk to her?
I'm gonna finish this drink. If she wants to, if y'all are able to convince her to come, and we all need to sit down at a table and discuss what's next.
A door slams against the wall with a storage space. Stalin comes out, and he has a bottle in hands, and the cork is out. He walks past you all, waves, says, "If you're staying, stay. I'm not." Walks out the door into the night. Doesn't say anything else. Disappears.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I'll follow him just to make sure he doesn't do something. Not that I can.
Let him drink.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he doesn't fall down and crack his skull or something.
I mean, he's not
Sometimes-
90, but
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to pass out in the middle of the street to get it together.
yeah.
It
So as you
happens.
follow him outside, he starts uprighting the bottle and drinking every several steps, steady on his feet, but obviously intent on making good use of whatever it is inside of his drink. And he just starts kind of aimlessly shuffling down towards the stalls, no particular location, doesn't head directly towards another building or anything, just walking into the dark of Neverwinter.
That's all it is. It's just water.
It's just water. Yeah. Just hydrate.
Just hydrate.
Aggressive hydration.
Oh, are you all staying inside of Stalvin's shop?
Might as well for the night, right?
Is the old man still there?
Stalvin?
No, the old.
No, the lazy
Oh,
servant.
oh,
Yeah, the lazy servant.
Is it just us in here?
You don't see him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably just.
You
us.
probably would have seen him go back upstairs. You saw him go upstairs after the guardsmen were done.
I'm gonna go walk over to her table.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm sorry. Before I do that, I'm gonna grab another drink from the bar, and then I'm gonna walk over to her table. I'm gonna place it next to her and just kind of like, rough night.
Hey girl, how you doing? Can I get your number?
No, less of like a pickup way and more just like you need this more than I do sort of
Like
thing.
a really inappropriately timed joke that's supposed to be funny.
It
but it's just
wasn't-
really dark.
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't. I mean, I was saying it more in like hey, you need this more than I do. It's a
This
bad
is why
night,
he's
you
a
know,
musician
like,
and not a comedian.
But yeah.
maybe he's
It's
an
like when you go
out-of-work
up to
comedian
you're at a
and-
funeral and you go up to somebody and say, "I hate these things," but you just walk up to the family of the person that's dead. I hate these things.
Screw it, that's what I do.
You're also wearing like white. It's just bright and shiny.
It's got sequins on it.
And I'm so
Butterfly
sweaty from the performance and shit like that. So
Zebra striped
Butterfly collar.
suit and a feather hat.
collar.
yeah.
You don't happen to have a pompadour, do you?
Right.
What you call him, Elvis? White silken jumpsuit. Pompadour.
So yeah, I'm just. So, tell me more about this attack on your village. If you're feeling up to it.
How far away is their table from ours?
It's not a big space downstairs. If no one is talking, you can hear them. Unless you're talking
I'll just-
very quiet.
No, I'm not trying to be.
I'll just
stealthy
kind
about
of listen from the table.
Okay.
See if I can pick up anything.
I'm just gonna like keep my like head in my hands and just be sitting there for a second and take a moment to respond, kind of hesitant. And then I'm gonna kind of look at him for a second and just tell him like, we were, I'm trying to remember how to like word this, sorry. And I'm gonna tell him like, we were raided and it was just a normal day, and then all of a sudden we just heard this commotion, and then I was inside with my mom, and all I remember is seeing fire everywhere. You know, the screams, they were loud, and I just took what I could and I ran. And
So where does a knife come into play?
well, while we were running, I was with my mom, and I was trying to run out, and that's when she was attacked, when she was running behind me.
Don't know what she was attacked by though.
No,
Just-
it was swift. It happened so fast. I just
And
heard her fall behind me, and I grabbed her and we ran out, and I tried to help her, but her wounds were too severe, and she passed away shortly after the attack when we were able to flee.
so when did she was attacked and then she was stabbed with that knife?
Yeah, a knife that looked exactly like the one that y'all had.
Hey, this Pacomas thing. You
Yeah, I know.
can't do
The money will drink, by the way. He's actually
Y'all drinking?
Yeah, if she's
Helping
not
yourselves
taking
some liquor?
if she's not taking the
Yeah.
drink that I handed,
I just kind of like
yeah, I'm gonna take
push it
that.
away
Just
from
keep
him.
drinking.
For me.
Yeah. I'm looking for some carrot malt liquor 44.
Yeah, we were just.
I got you, man.
I don't know if
Got
carrot
you.
liquor would be good.
That
I'm not sure I'm gonna
sounds-
try that
I
one.
mean, it's
Kind
the
of
You
same.
want to be a
It's
buddy folk. Hey, you know?
it'd be like vodka. It really wouldn't have a flavor.
So, while you're detailing this and you're telling them, are you, you gave them that story, are you providing more details too? Did you want to go, like, is that as much as you divulged for now?
That's as much as I
Okay,
was able
okay.
for now, yeah.
I'll sort of.
Why is the music?
Who has the
It's
who has
just
the
your
note?
phone.
You do. You do. I'll sort of like grab the note because I want to read it.
Oh, reaching in, are you?
Oh,
yeah,
it's on
if
your
you
person.
if you ask for it, I'll just hand it to you.
Yeah, I'll I do want to see what else. And having heard the conversation that y'all just had, I'll sort of walk over to their table and say, like, it sounds like you might have some history with this group. If you come with us, you might find some answers. And I'll slam the I don't want to do it with this, but the note down and sort of like let her see the spider. I'm not expecting any information, but just knowing that we've had history with this group. So the offer's on the table there.
Do you want to come with us?
Oh.
Yeah, you might find some answers.
It's like
Hand on
5
thigh.
minutes of silence at the table.
I'm just
Hand
there.
on thigh.
You were talking to me! Oh, say it again?
Sorry, I zoned out when I saw the kid forever, guys.
Well, I've been looking for answers all of my life, so yes, I will come with you.
I guess with that,
Welcome to the party.
welcome to
from
the
across the
Halfwits.
room.
The Halfwits are not all half now. I mean, they weren't all half, but there was only. Now it's like half half-wits and half not half-wits.
We are the medium
So we're
wits.
almost a full wit now?
Like a three-quarter wits.
The
A three-quarter
full
wits.
I like that.
I mean, just wait till I get enlarged and make myself normal sized.
That doesn't sound appropriate.
How use yours clothes on that note?
Sorry, I don't usually drink.
So of course, the thought settles in for all of you that you're making a decision. It's late now, very late, coming up on midnight after all this questioning, the time it took to move the body out, speak with everyone, and for you all to stop and converse for a little bit and get some drinks. You are inside of Stalvin's Shroud. Many of the patrons have left. Many of those that were staying and keeping rooms upstairs have left. Pacomius, your robes are still stained in sticky old blood, dark red, a little bit blackened by this point in some places. And while it wasn't a fresh pool, it is visibly all over you, your hands as well. Some of it smeared further along the letter that you grabbed and read. It's dark and quiet outside, with only a few people passing by at this point. But you guys have the decision to stay in Stalvin's Shroud and go back to your... Say you?
I hope
Go back
not.
to your rooms, or to leave. Are you going to stay the night in Stalvin's Shroud at this point?
Might want to check on that.
And broken into.
I don't think that was me, but
It probably wasn't. It's usually like there or across the street. For some reason, they don't know how to
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
not turn their or not
my bad.
open their car without.
Are you guys staying in Stalvin's Shroud? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, eventually, you guys make your way back to your rooms, and of course, Blackberry and Pacomius. The room, as you step in, is exactly how you left it. Some of the furniture had been pushed out of the way. There are steps trailing in and out of the room with little spatters of blood that came off of the footwear of those that were inside, and there is a decent-sized pool with splatters, little drips that have spattered out into the space, hanging from the middle, where there is still a rope pinned to the ceiling in the middle of the space where Pip had been dangling before.
And I'll just let y'all two know if y'all want to bunk in my room. You're more than welcome.
So how is the rope?
I've got
Is
a
it
bedroll
just
out
thrown
on
over the
bed.
rafters, or is it? You said pinned, so that kind of got my interest.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, tied is fine.
Okay.
It would just be tied.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I look at you and go.
Yeah, no, we're not going to stay.
Yeah, he offered his room, and I mean, I'm assuming since I have my own room, is it a one bed, or do I have a bedspread or something I can?
You
pull
only
up?
have one bed in there, but inside of an inn, there would be easy access to a number of different mats and like kind of blankets and quilts and things like that you guys could lay out.
I've got my own special bedroll.
Yeah, you guys.
And you guys have your bedrolls as well. That's true.
It's made out of the finest furs.
All right. So you guys, amongst yourselves, figure out what rooms you're going to stay in. You lay all your stuff out, and you settle in for the night
I'll add
to
you
get
it,
your
too, if you care.
restful sleep.
Is there a chair in my room?
I'm just gonna sit there with my thoughts because I'm an elf and I don't sleep.
Oh, true.
I don't know if there'd be a chair in your room or not. I'm going to say probably not.
I'm just gonna sit there like
No, not inside Solid.
I'm gonna
ravaging
take
my
a chair
mind,
up
trying
with
to
me
remember where I've
from
seen
the
that
downstairs
dagger.
area up to my
What's
room.
that?
So
Okay.
before I lay out, I'm just gonna like paranoidly like press it against the door so no one can get in. You know?
Okay.
I don't think there's locks or
In the
anything.
bar room?
I don't think there's locks or anything. I could just do that. Is there?
No, these don't lock.
Yeah. So I'll take a
Not
chair
here.
up with me and like be like, all right, guys, I'll see you in the morning. Shut the door and just like press it up there.
Yeah. And I'll be sure to spread out some ball bearings in front of my door.
Okay. All right.
Remember when I was Raven and I could just fucking put that line in front of my door every time I went to sleep? No.
Hey, guess
Don't
what?
forget
You can just
you
buy a
have
string and a bell and do it as Yasuo too.
You have the ring too.
True. Yeah, well, yeah, but that only works specifically like on one target, and if I use it, it doesn't work again until next dawn.
Yeah, but you can like
Yeah.
say it like if you
Yeah,
get
next
woken
on.
up or something.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
If I get carted off in the middle of the night,
Do you want to use it?
Yeah. I mean, I'll throw it. So where's everyone staying?
In a room.
in a room.
I will throw it
I
at.
assume we're next to like, it's not a large place. So I'm assuming it's like.
No,
Right.
you guys are just doors
Yeah,
apart.
we had
Right.
we had 4
Yeah.
rooms out of
Yeah,
however many.
these
I was
rooms
only
are
asking because if
rooms-
anyone was
rooms.
staying by themselves, I was gonna put it in a room where there was multiple people. That's all I was saying.
Well, you don't need to
Everyone
put it
stayed
anywhere.
first.
You wear the ring.
No, I know. I meant I was gonna put it on a person. Like if
Yeah, you have to. So it
So-
targets a creature.
yeah. So I'll put it on. I'll put it on who's
You
most
can
likely-
target yourself. Just
Yeah, but I can't think of what the purpose of that would be. Like,
Well, you have to come up with it. So if you want to read your item and think of something, you can.
I'm sorry. I mean, like, I know what the item does. I just meant, like, I don't know what doing it to myself would do, because all it would be is, like, I have to pick a target and then pick a condition. So it'd be like, I pick Blackberry, and then I'd be like, if I say, or if I think, like, danger, then an alarm goes off in his head, right? And just, that doesn't mean he knows that danger is happening. It just means an alarm's going off.
Here, read it out.
My bad. While wearing this magic ring, you can use an action to speak its command word and specify a target creature and a condition or set of conditions that involve you. Example is, if I take damage, or shout help. If at least one of the conditions is met, the ring sends a mental alarm to the creature if it is on the same plane of existence, awakening it if it is asleep. Once you use this property, can't be used again until next dawn. So it doesn't necessarily mean, like, I'd have to tell him, like, hey, if you hear an alarm going off in your head, that means I'm in trouble. You know, so, like, that's how, and so that's what I mean.
You
like,
could.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to do it to the monk, because he's done the most, like, athletic shit so far. So I'll do it.
Decide amongst yourselves.
Yeah, so I'll put it on Pacomius and just, hey, do you mind if I put an alarm on you, essentially? So if I were to yell help or something, then you would be woken and you would know that I'm in danger. Is that okay with you?
Okay, and then I'll make note of where your room is in relation to mine.
The word for him it's going to be either, because I guess I could pick multiple. So it's going to be words like help, danger, or, that'd be it, help or danger. Because I believe it says you can set multiple conditions.
Yeah, or a set of conditions.
I'm the
conditions
literal.
of you literally hear screaming.
Yeah.
Well,
Go
sorry,
check that out.
there's no screaming. Sorry.
And I
didn't
guess-
say screaming.
Even though it's nighttime, like, what time would you say it is? Like 10, 11, something like that?
So give me a nature check.
A nature check? Cool.
Because you guys don't have clocks.
That's a good point, yeah. Fucking God, bro. What is with my fucking rolls today? Well, that's a 3. And nature...
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
It's late. You think it's somewhere around the middle of the night.
Would it still be able to work again the next morning? Because it does say can't be used until the next dawn. So even though it's late, when dawn hits, will it recharge?
Yes.
But does that mean the condition will go away the minute dawn hits?
Ooh.
That's a good question. Let me see.
Wheatons used to be like my favorite snack.
Tomato basil.
Because if that's the case, I kind of don't want to use it now at all.
Should
Oh, I
have used
brought
it
Diet
as a
Cokes
bargaining
if
chip at
y'all
the
want.
brothel.
I am.
That is a good question.
I would imagine it resets, but like, because otherwise his whole life, anytime I say help, he's
I know
fucked.
this is a zero household.
It's just me.
So
I'm the
for
only
now,
one
I might look into that. I have to put some thought into it later. But I would say that a condition
Just
stays
so
in place,
different.
but you can't have multiple effects at the same time, even if it's recharged. So once you change how it's being used, then the pre-existing one would disappear.
Okay, that
Yeah.
works. Okay, so it's cool to use, and then it will recharge in the morning. And
Up to you.
Okay, yeah. I'll have same thing. I'm just gonna, help and danger are gonna be the 2 words that I think essentially.
Okay. So you can't use those as your safe words. The House of Pleasures then.
No, my safe word is my
We gotta
safe.
break in. He needs us.
Yeah,
Oh my God!
My safe word is please God, don't stop whatever you do.
My safe word is
Yeti,
pineapple
really?
juice.
Yeti.
All right.
My safe word is pineapple juice.
So you guys all go to sleep, and the night passes. Sunlight once again streams in. This time a much less pleasant feeling. You all awake after the passage of many hours. Later than you normally would, because you're normally up fairly early in the day. But of course it was already very late when you all finally went to sleep. As the light starts to break through the windows and the little pieces of cloth that where it can stream through, and you all wake up, you hear some footsteps downstairs. You hear outside your windows the life of Neverwinter once again. Present. Noises. The world around you does not know or care that one life was lost. But you've woken up. The day has passed. Val is feeling much better, finally. As he gets rid of his last point of exhaustion. But when you wake up, what are you all doing?
I'm gonna set Val down and
You find Val downstairs, sitting in a chair, almost looking around anxiously, waiting, seemingly looking for Stalvin or for the other workers.
Val's not aware of anything that happened
No,
last
and
night.
I'm about to drop the bomb.
I'm gonna say that I was already like downstairs with all of my stuff because I don't really
Okay.
sleep.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna be
Same.
already sitting downstairs, kind of waiting for them to wake and be ready.
Okay.
Seeing Val sitting down at the table, I'm gonna approach and sit down next to him and let him know that we have something to tell him. That something tragic happened last night while you were asleep.
Okay. Are you gonna detail everything for him?
I'm gonna give him all the details, but I'm gonna, be sentimental with him. I'm not just gonna, yeah, so this is what happened. Dead kid. Sorry. Wink, wink, nudge,
Val's
nudge.
probably gonna take that worse than you did, huh?
Yes, he is.
We'll see. I will have to leave that to him for how he responds.
Bloodful rage revenge. It's like-
Now a vengeance paladin.
Yeah.
So we will address that later, but we'll assume you have divulged the details with him, and there was an emotional response, to say the least.
We'll let him
you
know
probably
that-
got slapped a time or two. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Hit dot. Sorry.
Don't make me a giant spider in this bitch.
But the
Don't
day
make
is
me
upon
enjoy
you.
this.
Well, I guess I can ask too. Would you guys like to take a break right now, or is everybody good? Keep going.
I mean, I'm fine.
Sure.
I'm gonna grab a cookie. But now, the sounds of the day
That
are
was
upon
the
you.
indication I
The
knew
sun is starting to come up. There is an absence of food being prepared downstairs. You get the feeling that they have probably taken the night off and are only intermittently checking on the place to make sure that it's not being burned down or anything. However, you all can decide what you would like to do on this day inside of Neverwinter.
And I will explain about it. We are leaving today to head back to Phandelver to let the family know and start taking care of what we need to take care of. As for stuff to do in the city,
Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to do in the city before we left. I wanted to go find an instrument shop of sorts, or somewhere where they're selling instruments, and I want to try to sell my drum and buy a lute.
you mean you don't want a war drum?
Yeah, I haven't found too much use for it yet.
Um,
I mean, fuck it, I'm always saying loot anyways. I might as well,
If you're
Yes,
doing
he's
that,
going-
I'll accompany you
Okay.
to help you find a place that sells instruments.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you,
Elven District
if you
might
came with
be
a full set.
Probably our best bet.
Probably,
I
yeah.
have a Shaman, whatever that is.
Oh, do we want, since we're doing this,
Why do I
Pip,
feel like that's like?
I think it's like a dildo or something.
since
I have no idea.
we're doing
I
this,
feel like it's like that Asian instrument that drain.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
since we're heading back to the Elven
SHG
District, me and Pip
W.
are going back to the Elven District real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
I don't know if these guys are joining us, but we were planning on going back because I want to sell my drum and get a lute instead.
We're basically looking for an instrument
Oh,
shop.
It's basically
So I'm
like
accompanying him.
But I was going to say, since we're going back to the Elven District, while we're there, do we want to take the rest of the goblets, try to sell them to that guy who said he'd probably pay more if they were a full set?
I don't have a goblet, so
Right.
that's up to you.
Do you remember who all had the goblets? I know it was me, Val.
Like a clarinet.
I know Val
Yeah.
had one, I thought.
Because I was literally a spider whenever y'all were gathering this.
Right,
I didn't have
right.
pockets to take one.
Um,
But Comius, you guys
I have
have the
my-
goblets?
Had
Like,
my
I do.
spells picked
I have
out,
one.
by the way.
do you
I
want
wanna-
me, because me and Pip are going to the
I'll buy
Elven
those.
District, do you want to let me get those? I can sell them to a set, and I'll obviously split the profit.
Yeah, I'll give you mine.
I mean, are you guys coming with us?
I actually do want to go out and see if I can get information on this symbol. So while we're out,
Do we take the door with us?
The door?
well, we have the.
You didn't see the door?
No, I saw the door, but the whole
Oh.
door? Like, take the whole door with
Y'all
us?
just gonna be like marching down the road.
He's going to be the only one carrying it.
Yeah.
No, that's the point.
There's 3 people here that are sub 3'5".
Yeah. Okay, I'll retrieve the goblets from the rest of everyone else in the party.
I'll go with you.
So I think it's
Okay.
a set of 4 now I have, right? 'Cause
It
mine-
is.
Okay.
Yep, and I will remind you that the jewelry shop that we went to did say that if we were to sell the set, they would give us a price of 22 gold per goblet for the set.
I do remember that. I also remember the guy who sells this sort of set said he said something very similar. He said if it was a full set, I'd probably buy it off you for more. But I think originally he offered less even in the beginning. So yeah, we'll go to the jeweler.
I'm pretty sure the other guy will just shortchange you considering the last exchange.
Oh, I see.
Where I just said no. Oh, where he just offered me not a lot for it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
offered you
yeah.
not a lot, and then basically gave you the get lost, and it started ignoring you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Next customer.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
Cutlery.
I got it.
Yeah,
Thank you very
the
much.
fine china seller.
Okay,
Go to the stall with the fine
Sorry,
china.
Gideon.
so where to?
Not give me.
Elven districts, looking for an instrument shop and going back to the jewelry shop so that he can sell the set of goblets.
We'll pick up some darts at darts.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I totally am buying a character from Foundry, the D&D, not Foundry, the D&D creator character mini thing. What's it called, babe? The
Hero
Hero
Forge.
Hero Forge. I'm totally
What?
getting one. I'm totally getting one of those.
these.
Cool, right?
I made a Yoso.
I have
Did
one.
I got him sitting on like a step with beer bottles all around him and like
Oh my
instruments
God.
around him and stuff. It looks awesome. Sorry, totally off
Okay.
topic, but
All right.
It'll
You all
take
head
like a
off
month
into
and a
the
half
streets
to
of
get here.
Neverwinter.
It'll
The
be
bustle
cool.
again picking up around you. It takes you the same amount of time, but you work your way to the familiar area of the Elven District on the western end of Neverwinter. You get into the space. The shape of the buildings changes once again, and so does the clientele, right? So different areas of Neverwinter, you still have some disparity of the races that venture into these spaces and their preferences for who they want to hang out with, speak with, sell to, buy from. You make your way over towards the shop of the old lady.
Yeah. He's looking to sell the goblet, so the jeweler that we initially went to with the old lady.
Yep.
And on the way there or in the Elven District, we're looking for a place for him to sell and purchase an instrument.
Okay. And on your way there, before getting to the Elven District, you would have seen some stalls that had basic instruments.
Okay. They have
What
lutes.
instrument are you looking for?
A lute, like
A lute? Easy. You don't need to roll
but I want-
investigation for that one.
I want to sell my drum before doing it, like trade my basic, or see if they'll do a trade. I'd be down. I'd be willing to just do it.
Drum for a lute?
A war drum, like a good bard
It's a
instrument war
high-
It's
drum.
not me you gotta convince.
High quality. You see this genuine ox leather.
What I
Yeah.
would say is
Say
that as a
ostrich
bard, you
leather.
would know very easily that there's a significant difference in the materials required and the time it takes to procure and produce an instrument of different types, and that a drum just being a bound surface with a tension applied, and then you have to
Right.
create like a good resin area underneath it.
Mhm.
Nowadays,
If they, and I didn't think that anyone would be willing to do a full trade, but maybe even a discount. Like, hey, if I give you this drum, maybe you take some gold off the price of the loot. Kind of like what you would do at GameStop, trying to trade in games for credit and stuff.
Let's see.
Can I get some stole credit?
Imagine Yoso saying that. I'm trying to do like a GameStop transaction here, but
I
less
got my-
cheating.
My Neverwinter Express card. It's got
Yeah.
25% APR, 30% cash back.
So you find a stall.
Uh-huh.
And they have they have a variety of different fairly cheap regular drums visible there, so they have some, and a couple of different lutes. You see 3 different ones there. They look slightly different in how they were made, obviously handcrafted, as opposed to produced in a factory.
Right.
And the designs are fairly simple. One of them does look a little bit nicer. It does seem to be more elegant. It has different patterns kind of etched and scrawled in the back, and it has a much more rounded surface that may or may not produce a better sound depending on how you use it and what you're looking for.
I mean, just from looking at it and coming from Bard College and everything, would I be able to identify it as maybe being like as you said, like maybe it does better sound, maybe not. Would I have
Give me
a
an investigation check.
Just want to see if it's like worth spending the extra money.
Stays
16
in tune
plus
longer.
3, I think it is. Where's my phone? Oh, it's right here.
Underneath
16 plus 3, I think. Let me see. Investigation. Yep, plus 3. 19.
Doesn't mean
There's
it's
obviously-
close out the song. though.
More detail and more love put into the craft of this instrument. And you know that there is likely a sweeter, deeper resonance because of the hollowed, wider space. Whether that's what you're looking for or not with your style of music would be up to you.
Okay.
Character. And you'd have to spend some time with it or try playing or something like that to maybe see how that would work and how it would sound. Because no matter how something looks, you never know until you try it. Looks are one thing for an instrument.
I guess I'll go up to the vendor and ask him how much. Well, first of all, I want to tell him. I was looking. I have an instrument here. I see you have some drums. I know you have no shortage of drums. I'm not looking for a trade, but this is a pretty well crafted drum. I was thinking maybe we could do a offering of discount for this drum, and I would like to purchase your lute. Still purchase, but maybe at a lower price if possible.
Which loot are you looking to buy? We got 3 here. Have you seen all 3 of them?
Yeah, I was looking at that one with the scribes on the back, though. The one that looks like it had a little bit of love brought into it.
Oh, sure. We don't get them too often, but this one's not too bad. You're saying you want to sell a drum too?
Yeah, or at the very least, maybe I can give you the drum for a bit of a discount on the loot, possibly.
We can make up the difference of the price, but I'd be willing to buy it for if you want. Are you hitting the drum?
I'll let him investigate it. I'll let him look at it, see.
Sure.
Yeah.
So he taps on it a few times and kind of brings out some quick finger, taps off the edge, checks the tension in the middle, looks at the craft, and says, it's a drum to be sure.
My man.
How much were you looking for?
Oh, well, it's as you said. I'd like to make up the difference. So how much is the loot?
The loot is going to be 85 gold.
85 gold? I was wondering if, I don't have quite that much coin. Possibly we could take maybe 20 off of that.
Oh,
20 would buy every drum you see here.
Fair enough. How much would you say this drum is worth to you?
2 gold.
2 gold. Very well.
you want a loan?
What do we?
Alone.
Yeah, I guess how? Yeah. Well, no, I can.
How short are you?
I've got 100.
I do
I've
say
got
this out
100.
loud.
How
I'm
much
like,
is he wanting?
85. It's like I have the gold for it, but it's like
Like-
it will be most of it.
I'll give you a loan, 10% interest a week.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I
And then he
think.
starts sending out the spider on you.
You know what?
Yeah, right.
How much are the other loots?
Well, the other 2 loots came from the same crafter.
Mhm.
Still good instruments. I actually have one myself. I use it to play to the wife back at home and the children. We tell stories, and it's usually a good time. It's usually when we're making food and she's actually putting stuff back together in the end. I'll tell you what, she does some mean things for the chicken. And there's actually a good farm on the far side of Neverwinter.
Can I cut him off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold up. What herbs does she use?
You'd have to ask her.
uh,
Cooking's never really been my thing. That's a lady's job.
So, sounds like, that sounds good. That sounds good. But from what you're telling me, then you're telling me you've used these loots. These loots are used, very used.
No, I said I bought one from the person who makes them.
Oh, I thought you said he uses them, like with. Okay.
No, he said he uses a similar
Right, right.
at dinner time to entertain the children while the wife is cooking.
How much are you looking for those loots?
Those will run you 48 gold apiece.
48 gold? I suppose I could do that. And you're not willing to negotiate any further on this drum, are you? I'm taking some pricing off for the drum.
Well, truthfully, I've got plenty of drums to sell. The only reason to be considered buying it is if you also buy the loot. I wouldn't take it off your hands otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do the trade for one of the loots. Not the super nice one, but yeah, I'll do that. And
Okay.
And I'll sell the drum or I'll have them take 2 gold off rather than just getting 2 gold.
Okay, so I'll take the drum, and then I believe that brings us to 46 gold you'll owe me.
Okay, and I hand that over.
All right. Pleasure doing business. He grabs it, grabs a very basic cloth, and kind of wraps the lower body of it once before handing it to
It
you.
was how much?
46 gold.
That was with the 2 gold taken off?
Correct.
Okay. Huh. Not too bad. All right, good doing pleasure. And I guess we'll keep going to the jeweler, or did you want to do anything else?
I have nothing I need to do, so I'm just
Okay.
buddy system so that,
Right. Yeah, so then we'll make our way
we
to the
don't get
jeweler.
Bandersnatched.
Okay, and so you do, and you arrive, step inside. It's exactly as you left it. You see again the shelves around the bottom tier, the spiral staircase that goes up to the 2nd floor that kind of brings in the distance a little bit as it kind of narrows out, and you see more shelves and some even glass panes keeping items behind them, and that diamond that's actually suspended up against the wall, just out of reach, or fairly out of reach, up above. Yeah. And the lady is already in there this time. And she is looking down through her magnifying glass, looking at her papers on her table on the far end.
Hello, it's me again. Come back with the set as requested.
Requested? Sure. Bring it forward.
Yeah. And I will just put, sorry, I guess that's funny. I'll just put 4 of them on the table.
They're all the same, no?
They are. I do remember you saying that you enjoyed the way they look and that you would be willing to possibly offer more if I could provide the set.
Did I? When did I say that?
When I tried to sell you the single set or the single one the other day, you said you would be offering. What was it? It was
I
20 gold?
just reminded
Yeah,
you
it was like
too.
20 gold,
I'm
22
not
gold.
even gonna say anything again.
All right,
I just reminded
yeah,
you.
so-
Roll a history.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Like literally on the walk here, it's been 25 minutes.
13.
13?
Hmm.
Somewhere around 20 gold.
Yeah. Okay. But that was for the one. So, yeah, just trying to see what you would offer me for this.
You remember somewhere around 20 gold for each for the set.
Oh, okay. I thought she said it was just for the one, but she said she'd take them off for. Okay. Yeah.
You can't remember exactly.
All right. Yeah. I don't care. Freaking.
Pip face palms in the back.
Wait a minute. Were you even in the jewelry store with me when I was trying to sell it that first time?
Duh. I was the first one to walk. I was the one that suggested to go to the jewelry store in the first place.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. I'll sell it to. I'll just sell it to her for what is she willing to offer me?
She looks him over real quick. Looks satisfied that they're the same thing you brought before. Well, you planning on buying anything today or just selling?
Just looking to sell. I'm heading out of town for a bit.
Oh, did you need
That's fair.
pearls?
And how much did you want for
I
these?
got pearls and diamonds. I need to get some darts.
I believe from our last conversation, we were offering 20 gold for the set.
20 gold each for the set?
20 gold each for the set, yep.
I suppose I can do it. I'll use it to hold some of the gems until we find a buyer for it. Okay. 80 gold, you have yourself a deal.
Cool. Shake your hand, and I will
What's that?
give
You
whatever
got
I
the
need.
nice loot.
Huh?
What?
I forgot the nice loot. Oh, now I can buy the nice loot, yeah. That's a good point. I guess we should have sold first, but... okay, and I will... Well, no, I can't, because the whole point of this is to distribute it evenly. So I'll give some of it to Pip, and then when we meet up with these guys, I'll make a mental note to hand the gold to them.
You're distributing it evenly.
Mm-hmm.
She looks over. How about you, youngling? You weren't here the other day. What can I help you with?
I'm just with them.
You just hanging out?
I'm just hanging out. I'm just following them.
You're with
Are
these
you,
ones?
Are you including her?
No.
I'm sorry. Good luck.
That's 16 per person.
I don't even know how much gold I'm carrying, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, because of Val. I was like, wait a minute.
So you have what you had from your background, and then you probably have a little bit more too. But we'll figure that out later.
Okay.
Okay, you guys step out. Now, what is everyone doing?
Darts for me.
Yes,
Darts,
easy enough.
darts.
General shop on the way here. How many darts do you want to
12,000.
How big are they?
buy? They're literally they're basically pieces of metal that are shaped with just enough of the size to grab it to throw.
It's like acupuncture needles, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, that'd probably be needles. I'll buy, depending on the price, we'll say 8.
8 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go with Blackboard, just not so he would go on.
64 copper.
All right. Okay.
I assume we're all just like making a circle. Is there anything that you
Making
need
your
to
way
do in
downtown?
town before we depart?
I don't know how much money I'm working with, so.
I got you a loan, 10% interest per week.
You could always go work for a night at
No, for you?
Lovely Lady's Luster.
For you,
Pass.
God.
Pass.
for you, I'll do 0% loan.
Yeah.
Just pick on him.
Okay.
I could tell.
And Val is with you all. Probably. I don't know. Maybe.
Use the restroom real quick.
Yeah. Okay. What's next?
If nobody, Val didn't say that he had anything he needed to do in town before we departed.
No, he is saving right now.
You
I already have everything I wanted.
just
to.
finished.
Mm-hmm.
You got your
But Val
darts.
doesn't need, like,
I finished
javelins
everything
or
on the
anything.
first day.
Okay.
You have
Good God.
nothing?
I would like to get some. Because right now I'm only working with leather armor, so I wanted to get like a studded leather armor.
Okay,
I
so
can.
Dwarven District then to find a leather worker.
I don't know if y'all have that like in that area.
There's a district that handles all the smithing stuff in the town.
That's actually pretty reasonable. Let's say for the sake of time, and we'll address funds and stuff later, that you did that on your first day in Neverwinter already.
Cool.
so yeah, definitely want to update that.
Yes, and I will also assist you as well.
No doubt.
If there's nothing else we need to do, then go get our cart that we stored when we initially got here, and then get on the road.
That's true. You guys did leave a cart there.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We most certainly did not walk here. That would have been painful.
Okay, so you guys go down to pretty much the entrance of the gates to Neverwinter, which are on the south side, back towards the high road, which leads back out, of course, into the main travel space. The gates are broad and wide. There are people passing through. You stop by the stables and the space where you left the cart from beforehand. When you all come up, one of the stable hands recognizes you, comes over and flags you all down. There's a little bit of an annoyance in his voice when he talks to you. He says, "Well, I thought it'd be just a couple of days, but I guess things got extended, huh? Well, your ox are good, but we're going to have to ask for a little bit extra if you want to take them back."
Yeah.
So he asks for an extra, I'll say 15 silver.
I hand him a gold, or 2 gold.
Okay.
Just tell him to keep the change.
Okay. So he says,
He
"I
says-
appreciate your business. We'll give him a quick brush down, and we'll help you saddle him up before you take him again." Yeah, and they bring out the ox. You guys had, I actually can't remember if you guys had 1 or 2 when you came up. I
One.
think you had 1 this time, yeah. So you guys had 1 ox, and then you had like the smaller size cart as you guys came to Neverwinter.
Yep.
All right, and then you start leading them back out the gates into the high road in the space of Neverwinter. And yes, we have now marked on the map down there, Cragmaw Castle. As shown to you by Rydoth.
So,
Oh, is that cider still hot? Sorry about that.
oh,
It's that time right at the same time.
16 gold.
Sildar had just wanted us to find the location of Cragmaw Castle.
I may have been wrong about that after talking with you.
I just,
It was finding it and then dealing with the king of the Cragmaws.
So basically, when you guys had spoke with Sildar, he let you all know that the threat was pervasive through this area, and that he would be willing to pay a hefty sum if you all or someone could find Cragmaw Castle and drive out the chieftain of the Cragmaws, whatever that might be.
okay.
Whether that means kill, remove from the area, whatever it takes to fully deal with the threats.
Yeah, I
to
just
this
have
region.
find leader of Cragmaw Castle.
Teach him to be a prolific farmer and be self-sufficient without raiding.
I have 500 to locate and drive off chief.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so I guess we're heading south to.
Heading back to Phandelver.
Okay.
We were offered how much for the chief to drive him off? I mean,
500 G's.
$1 million.
1 million pesos.
1 million. Whoa.
Got it. Lawful evil character coming in.
Okay, so that is a 70. A little bit more than because you guys are actually.
If I recall, it was a 2-day journey initially.
3-day journey. Yes. Average travel pace is going to be about 24 miles a day, and that leaves you enough time to rest and not exhaust yourself during that, and then still sleep afterwards. You can cover 30 miles a day if you move at a fast pace without exhausting yourself, but you can't. You give up like some of your ability to be perceptive.
We will
basically.
definitely be going at a normal pace.
Okay.
We definitely want to be on the lookout considering the recent events and the fact that we
And
did
the
get
knowledge
attacked
that
on
we're
our way
being
here.
Val's got no exhaustion right now. He needs 2 or 3. Come on, let's go.
That's true. He thrives.
I do best with no sleep. Half speed.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys set out onto the high road
It's a scheme.
and work your way down the now familiar path to you inside of Neverwinter. Let's take a look.
Road again.
I'm just randomly in the middle of something.
I know. There she is.
She's going to
Just
go
sprinting.
clear out Cragmaw herself. My golly.
Stay hidden.
So
She's going to go in there like.
I don't believe in roads.
Commando.
the travel does take you 3 days, and along that time, fortunately, it is uneventful. The days pass, and it would be up to you, of course, if you make any conversation, or if you just hold your new half-elf basically just prisoner to silence along the way. I don't know if you guys would share more of your story with her, or vice versa, whatever the case may be, in that time.
Yos has probably been popping off the mouth to her about his story since this thing started. He's been a very open book. Same thing he did when he first met the Halfwits. Just like, this is who I am, this is what I do.
I'm curious, just give me a
He
straight
did
charisma
not
check.
By
fight
the end
a
of the day, you're
dragon.
kind of going,
He ran away. Don't believe him.
You know, I could
You didn't
go
say
back
anything
to
about
the
the
He
dragon.
forest.
literally almost
Nat
died.
20.
Nat 20?
That's
Okay.
a nat 20.
So he embellishes, but even though it's obvious that he's telling the story and whatnot, it comes across as charming. It's well put together and friendly, and he's beefing up the parts that make the others stand out well as well. You can tell that he hasn't known them for long. He recounts it well and gets your interest and does a good job of describing the things that happen, to the point where you actually also believe some of the tales potentially of fighting off a dragon over in the ruins of Tree. But so he spent some time kind of giving you updates and telling you a little about the story of the Halfwits, which we kind of went over earlier. So you're somewhat up to speed on some of those details.
Some of it's like story, some of it's like whenever I start talking about the Halfwits, it slowly turns into song, but then back into story. It's just like
and as he's going on, I kind of nudge Pip a little bit. I'm like, I don't remember all that.
I may have exaggerated.
Just
a
like,
Just puffs out his chest as he's talking.
And on the way, I will fill you in on some details just of what we experienced in Phandalin.
Oh, I'm listening to that too because I actually don't know nothing about that.
So
I'm listening. To that
I
too.
just explained our initially why we went there.
Loot.
Some of the people we
Money.
met, some of the encounters we had with both the Red Brands and their hideout with the Aberration, some of the things that they have been doing and harassing the town, and kidnappings, murder, and stuff like that, and the very little that we actually know of this figure called the Black Spider.
Okay, so you're divulging more about the Black Spider.
Yeah. Well, what little we actually know.
So, Pitt must talk really slowly, because by the time he's done describing it to you, wouldn't you know it, you've set up camp a few times, and the sun has come and gone, and the days have passed, and
It's like Forrest Gump, Bubba Shrimp. It's like days are going by.
Two-step, I turned into a wolf. And went roar.
and sure enough, there again is the worn down but slowly rebuilding town of Phandalin on the horizon, with its hill that goes up into the back, with Tressender Manor, the ruins of Tressender Manor visible to you, where you found the hideout of the Red Brands underneath it. You start walking through and see what changes from the kind of broken down, untended walls lead back into the fresh wood and the rebuilt buildings and the stores that you're now familiar with as you set foot into Phandalin. And in fact, let's go ahead and move us in.
Out of curiosity, did we bring the boy's body with us, or did you
No.
give him to the guards
Yeah,
and that was the last of it?
Guards have him.
Okay. Should we have brought the body to the father?
They wouldn't have let us. It's a murder
We probably have to,
investigation.
stay a bit.
He'll have to most likely go there to retrieve it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys come in on the north side of Phandalin, once again seeing the familiar Barthen's Provisions shop as the first building to greet you.
Is there anything that's visibly different from when we were last here? Are the streets more empty? Do the people...
Give me a perception check.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Yeah.
Have you been here before? Is this Phandalin?
Guys, that wall is so nice. It's like crumbled and shit.
Was that building always red? All right. No. Do you? Everything looks pretty much the same.
I mean, he just explained over the course of a couple of days, the whole
Yeah,
thing that they've been through. So,
tiring.
I mean, I'm just kind of looking, I guess, for parts of his story that I heard. So I'll be like, oh, people in red. Do I see any people in red? What he has described to me as red brands?
You've seen the cloaks too, because we use the cloak,
right.
so you know what the cloak looks like.
Do I see any red brands around?
We'll say that in general, you guys are just kind of keeping an eye out, watching for that as you are walking through the town of Phandalin to see if you notice any red brands again. Stepping in, and the people that you can see on the street in broad daylight, middle of the day right now, you do not see anyone wearing red cloaks.
Okay.
So, immediately to Toblin to let him know.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yep.
That was
Okay.
the
To the
urgency.
Stern Hill.
All right, so you guys work your way down into the center of Phandelver and step into the Stonehill Inn. Immediately, the first thing you notice is that there are way more people than you've seen in here before. Inside, you actually see Lyneen Greywind from the Lion Shield Coster down here down the street. And she's actually in her leather gear, blade at her side. You see Sildar standing inside the Stonehill Inn. There are people clustered around up by the fronts. And there is not food or music or anything like that playing. It's just a bustle of voices. And in the midst of it all is Toblin Stonehill, looking frantic and hair out of order, and just speaking from one person to the next in a chaos, kind of very loud, shouting voices and lots of noise.
What did you do?
Me?
Yeah.
I've never been to this town before.
I figure it was a great opportunity. The rabbit's just going, it's a good
Insight.
opportunity.
Yeah, right.
You know, you never know.
This is one of those moments where you miss Val. Bless
It's
his
a
heart
barbarian. Yeah, it's
in his
hard.
charismatic ways.
I guess we'll make our way up to the.
I guess it obviously looks like some kind of like
Hubbub.
attempted search party of sorts, like gathering.
It's a gathering of people.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna let them handle this because I'm a stranger to everybody here. So I'm with the group, but I'm kind of like further back.
yeah, totally go for it,
Same.
Yazo. Go
I'm
for
gonna
it.
just kind of be trailing in the back.
So I
as
guess
well,
me
just
and
gonna-
Pacomius and Blackberry are kind of
Yeah, we
stepping
should go.
We're in the
forward.
same boat, huh?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask though, like, after the wife was kidnapped, did the group go back and tell them that they were not successful?
Bruni went
Bruni.
back to Phandalin. So she came back and did her
That has
smack
the worst
thing.
luck. Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah,
That's what she
I'll
does.
get off the cart, hitch it up or whatever, and get up inside and approach children.
Okay. As you start walking out to him, and he is, interacting with the different people that are trying to get his attention and trying to both calm him down and also come up with ideas. Everyone's trying to be helpful and talk about things that they could do, things that might have happened. You're hearing mentions of Charlena, mentions of Pip, and you just hear them using his name over and over again. Toblin, like, calm yourself, calm yourself. You kind of push your way forward through the river of bodies in front of you. And Toblin meets your eyes for a second, starts to look away, and then looks back at you, snaps, and his eyes just go up and down across your forearm repeatedly. He pushes people to the side, steps forward. Pacomius, what happened? And you are standing there in blood-covered, dried blood on your monk robes.
I forgot about that.
I'll say that we need to speak somewhere in private, and I'll try to.
So I can't. I don't have time. My boy is missing. We can't find him. He's been taken. He's been gone now the last couple of days. Whatever it is, it's going to have to wait.
I'll attempt to calm him down. Say this is about your boy. We know what happened to him.
You know what happened to
come with
Pip?
me. Come with me, and I'll try to lead him somewhere where there's not a lot of people.
He grabs your arm and holds on and follows you and it's like almost like a kid holding on.
I'll
to
drag Sildar as well if he's,
you. Okay, you're gonna go get Soldar's
Yeah.
attention. Okay.
and I'll bring him and follow Pacomius.
Okay.
Kind of reiterating the same thing.
I'm gonna grab a big thing of ale, drink something, throw a gold. Okay, take that two gold,
Okay.
two.
For us it'd be big. So Blackberry.
Blackberry brings the barrel.
Yeah. With this massive.
I don't know if you can grab a barrel.
I
It's
don't
tough.
think you could.
Strike check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes,
And a
you.
-1.
14.
You guide Toblin outside, and Pip follows behind you shortly a moment later, having basically just run up and kind of grabbing Sildar real quick.
Okay, so I'll
So-
go ahead and tell Tobin that
That's me, Sildar, you, and Toblin.
Me and her, I think this is outside or this is inside?
It is now.
Outside
It is
or
now
a
outside.
private
there
room
windows?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Would you say outside?
Yeah, as long as it's away from the group, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
we're
insane.
not. I think we're just kind of like within earshot, but we're not really like me and
I
her
was
aren't
gonna
really
ask,
with
are
the
there
group.
windows in the building?
There are. Tall Winds does have some windows. Some of them are
probably
just
just kinda
actually they're all
like-
shuttered though.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Use
So
a
like they might be
solitary
open, but they're not
window
glass.
windows.
They're shuttered windows. Is what I mean.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I imagine we're probably just hanging back, but within earshot, you know. But
Okay.
like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Yeah, I imagine you guys are all pretty close together right now. A little bit of anticipation, knowing what you're here for.
And I'll be nearby, but I'll let them do the talking.
Yeah, same.
I'll go ahead and grab Toblin by the shoulders and just like look at him square in the eye and say, during our time in Neverwinter, we came across your boy murdered, and as I let that sink in, I'll reach back into the pocket and pull out the note that was left, and show.
As
him.
you're pulling out the note,
He's
Yeah.
gonna blame
I was
us.
gonna say.
so as you're pulling out the note, like just a moment after finishing it, you feel, or you watch as he like brings both his arms up and shoves you really hard in the chest and says, "Stop it! That's not even funny."
I'm gonna go ahead and look down at my robes and say, I held him in my arms. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. We tried to revive him, and none of our magics, none of our healing were able to bring him back.
Neverwinter. What? Why would he be in Neverwinter? When would he have gotten to Neverwinter? It's impossible. It's somebody else. It's not Pit. He was here just the other day.
He was here the other day. Oh, I mean, I'm not listening. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not.
It's been a day. It's been 2 days since we saw him last. But he can't have made it to Neverwinter since then.
I looked upon his face, and it was definitely Pip.
Roll persuasion.
It was confirmed. I saw as well. As
With
did the rest of
advantage.
us.
Thank God. Oh yes. 18.
So he, as you say that, he stops for a second, like bringing his hands up to his face and just like looking at you, eyes drifting, not really maintaining eye contact. Just but is like looking at the blood on your robes. That's impossible. Murdered. He's dead. He's dead.
Yes.
He's dead.
When? Oh, by the way, 3 days, not 2 days. I see what you did there.
Yeah,
3
you
days.
see why I was like, yeah.
Yeah, so technically it would be like, yeah. He said 3 to 4 days. It's fine. Yeah. So he looks at me, murdered. It's impossible. Why? When?
3.
It's been
3
days since we found him.
As soon as we found him,
I'll
we
spare you the
headed this way
details
the next
of
day.
how we found him, but he was murdered, and he's in the town of Phandelver.
He's in
Or I'm
Neverwinter.
in Neverwinter.
The guards took the body for their
He's not with you?
investigation. They wouldn't let us bring him.
It can't be him. It can't be. And you realize he's saying it more for himself than because he doesn't believe it. And he's just looking around at you all, pausing for a second. But I'd already lost Trilena. It's impossible that Pip is gone too. Why? Who?
We don't know who exactly, but we are gonna find out.
If my boy is dead, you'll do more than find out. I need to know. And I need to know that when you find out who it was, you will get me vengeance. Whatever they did to my boy, you have to do the worst to them. Bring them to me. I want to see them. I want to know who it was. I want to know why. Was it the same person? Was it the same people that took Trilena?
It was not. The ones that took your wife were kobolds, morbid kobolds.
So the world just mocks me then. I lose my whole family. In the same couple of weeks, the same 10 days, I lose my wife and my only child. No, I don't accept it. Sildar will have more to say. We brought him with... I don't know. What do you have? Pacomius, you were showing me something.
I guess Sildar heard the entire conversation. Then.
Yes.
He was right there.
Yeah, I brought him with us.
Okay. So I don't have to say that over again. I'll tell him without sort of out of earshot of the father. I'll tell him the details of how we found the boy, and I'll show him the note that we found on. And I'll give it to him so he can read it.
You giving it to
Sildar.
To Sildar.
To Sildar.
Okay, so you didn't give it to Toblin?
Well, I said I did, but you said that he sort of, pushed away and was like, no.
As you started pulling out, but he asked you, he's like, well, what do you have? So are you just like handing it to Sildar?
Yeah, I'll give it to Sildar instead.
Okay. Sildar takes it and kind of turns himself a little bit from Toblin and pulls it out. It takes a moment to read it. There is nothing given away in his eyes or on his face. He takes the letter and hands it back to you, Pacomius. Kind of dusts his hands off on his side. Looks over at Toblin and says, Toblin, you're not going to read that letter. I don't know what happened, and I don't know why Pip is involved. But right now, all you need to do is go back inside, take care of yourself, allow yourself to mourn, make plans. It sounds like the body of Pip is still inside Neverwinter. Is this true?
Yes.
Then we'll make arrangements. We can make the journey. I can bring him back here, or I can take you to him. And he's talking to Toblin. We'll make sure we get your son. And if the gods allow it, maybe still we can get Trilena. For all we know, she might still be alive. Bruni told us what she knew, and it sounds like the place may be dangerous. We don't want to risk others. But the gods do not mock you. Life is hard. We'll do what we can. Let's go inside. Let's talk. You all, I will speak with you later. You're staying here, I assume, for a while?
Correct.
Yes.
So be it. He takes Toblin, walks him inside, and Sildar goes out of his way to start ushering everyone out of the inn and basically closes the place down. You see everyone start coming out. There's a little bit of frustration and anticipation as they're like, well, what's happening? What does this mean? What does this mean? And he's just telling them, nope, we're not going to talk, and sends them all away. He closes the door to the inn, not locks or anything, just closes it, walks inside, and you are out on the street. As people are dispersing and kind of looking at you, and Pacomius, you getting more glances at the others as a few people are looking at the blood that you are still wearing on your robes.
We should get you some new vestments.
I agree. I think I've been in this boy's blood for far too long.
Let's go to
Does anybody have
I don't have. I can't even learn
No.
it. Sorry. But let's go to Barthen's. We gotta return his cart knocks anyways.
Next level. I think, yeah.
You going back to Barthen's?
Yeah, because we gotta return his cart and his ox. And
we'll say that too. Probably you
Sure.
wouldn't have brought the cart this far, and you probably would have left it up there by Barthen's as you came in also.
okay.
So you go over and you step in and you find Barthen. He's exactly where you expect he would be, and both of his workers are there, the young boy and the young girl who have tended the shop. Busy as ever, even though there's nobody inside of Barthen's Surgeons at this point in time. They're restocking the shelves and getting everything good to go. You let him know that the cart and that the ox are back, and he, of course, expresses, thank you, glad they made it. It was a little bit longer than I expected, but all the same, thank you for what you've done for here so far. And yes, it was covered, but just make sure not to eat into too much expenses and try to let me know if you're going to be gone for so long in the future.
Literally
then,
As
one
we're
day
walking,
extra.
I'll give you
It's
whatever.
literally
one
one
of the
day
drinks.
extra. Everyone's
Oh,
up in
yeah.
a tizzy.
No, because you guys went there, went to the ruins of Thunder Tree, went back to camp, went back to the ruins of Thunder Tree, went back to Neverwinter, and then stayed there for 3 days and then came back. You've been gone a hot minute.
Man, they should have known we were we're just gonna come right back.
Technically, you told them that you'd be taking the Dendrars there and then returning.
I didn't say nothing. That was all Val. That was all Val. You hear that, Val? It's you.
Yeah, all right. But you have returned the ox and the cart. And now, Phandelver once again.
So if we're
Yeah,
getting
he
rid of
needs-
weapons, then I need to buy something.
Something
There-
dead.
Okay.
Something that really, highlights the pecs.
So as you get over there and you're asking, common clothes are readily available. They do not have vestments. So they don't have anything even resembling your robes for your monastery or anything of that nature. You could fashion some of the cloth to look a little bit more to your style. But of course, Tobin lets you know that you could always just wash the cloth here, that you could take it over to the elderly farm and you can wash it on their racks and maybe she'd be able to help you. Blood would probably, maybe there'd be some stains left, but most of it would come out if it hasn't been too long.
Is there a different tavern or a different place for sleeping? Or are we going back to the farm and assuming they'll let us stay there again? I mean, I know Yoso doesn't know that, but I'm just meant like... Okay, sorry.
Are you asking me or your party?
No, I know. That was
No,
both
you're good.
ways. But, yeah, I guess I'm going to ask the party, yeah. Guys, do we know where we're staying? Do you want me to try to secure rooms for us tonight while you guys do what you need to do? Or do you guys know of somewhere?
Wasn't we just in the inn?
Yeah, but
Well, yeah, but he closed it
they
down.
close
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying the inn's probably not available.
That's what I was saying. Like, is there another place that you guys might know of?
Not that we've explored.
I could take a look around while you go to Alderley Farm just to
I
find the
think
secured
it might
rooms.
be a good idea to tell Pip's best friend that he is no longer living.
Okay. Well,
I forget the name of his vote.
it
Carp.
was
Carp Alderley?
Carp. That's right. Actually, I guess it would just make more sense for me to go with you guys. You guys know the town. I don't. So
So you guys are headed to the elderly farm then?
Yeah, if nobody has any business there at the goods, then let's get my stuff cleaned and whatever, and then we can give the information to the family too.
Absolutely. So you guys go over to the farm, and it is later in the day, again, because you guys just finished a day of travel before coming in. So the sun is, already like a 45 in the sky headed down. So it's afternoon. It's getting to late afternoon. And you see Kellen wrapping up inside of the barn. She has empty crates where there might have been produce this morning. It looks like maybe she did a good job of offloading, selling, or using whatever it is that she might have had. And you see Carp behind her moving some of the smaller tools and dusting and cleaning up inside of the barn out by the actual fields behind the elderly farms.
Also, just like motion over and be like, "Fair day." We actually ran into your friend that you told us about, Radoff, in the Thunder Tree Ruins. That was a lot of helpful information that you gave us.
Well, of course it was. An old family friend, a weird one to be sure, but I'm glad he was able to help you.
Unfortunately, though, we come with some bad news as well.
Not the Dendrars. Did they make it? Or are they okay?
The Dendrars actually made it. We were able to take them into the Disciples of Vilmater, where they're flourishing right now, making a new life on their own.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. You don't know how much that means to us.
However, we do have information about Hip, Carp's friend from Phandelver.
But did you find him? He's been missing the last several days.
That's what we've heard when we visited the inn just now. But unfortunately, we found him murdered.
No, wait. Stop. She looks back over to see where Carp is and starts walking with you and pulls you further away from the barn. Starts talking in a hushed tone. He's dead. You can't tell him. You can't tell my boy. When was it?
We found his body a few days ago. 4 days ago now. And we just came from informing his father.
You told Toblin.
We had to.
The poor man. You know he lost his wife to her. Of course you do. Bruni was with you. Well, what are you doing now?
I'll sort of pick up the robes that I'm wearing and show her that that they're covered in dry blood. And
You're right, miss.
I'll tell her, I was hoping to get these laundered here. I know it's an imposition, but I can't walk around in these anymore.
Of course. But we're not changing you back there. Come with me. She pulls you over to the north side, over where likely their quarters are, and immediately gets you around the back. And you purchased some clothes as well, correct? From the Barnes Provisions?
Right.
Okay, so you changing into those, she immediately takes your robes, takes them over to a washboard and a bucket, and starts putting in some basic soaps that they have, and dresses the water a little bit, and starts getting to work doing the best that she can to clean it.
Am I walking around just like a little towel?
You could.
Like a really little towel.
Like really little. It's like a washcloth.
It might as well be just like a dish rag and a
That's
string.
gonna
Just a
comic
fuzzy
later.
sock.
Pacomius is back!
a druid craft leaf. Just
Oh, jeez.
Are we asking if we
Yeah,
can? Are we going to be asking her if we can stay the night here?
No.
Where are we staying the night then? Not at the inn.
Why not?
That got closed down with a crying, the broken man inside. I'm not staying there. Have fun telling him that you're doing it.
Well, have fun sleeping outside.
I mean, to be fair, you guys are adventurers. You've slept outside.
Yeah.
I know.
And then,
Hey, there's a nice cave over there. It's got a great view.
There's this nice crevasse right
Just
there, too.
filled with bodies.
Padding. It's padding.
yeah.
It's nice and, it's like a waterbed almost.
Gross.
So where do you guys want to stay tonight?
I mean, if y'all want to trouble her to let us stay a night, I'm fine with that. Or we can go back to the inn, or maybe see if Barthen has somewhere.
Barn?
Or we can,
did
or
we
we can
stay in the
camp
barn
out.
also?
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I was trying not to say it because Yoso doesn't know, but I was like, you guys have stayed here before. Like,
Yeah, so I mean, we have options.
Yeah, I'd just say we give
You're
her
dead,
a
Raven.
couple
Shh.
of,
Yeah, I know, I know.
point as in a barn.
Yeah, it's already like late in the day too, so.
Yeah.
So you raise the idea with Kellen, and she waves you off in the middle of it. Of course, it's nothing. And after she finishes with your garments and sets them up to dry, then starts going inside and setting up much like she did before. She has some quilts, she has some cloths that she lays out, even some stuffed kind of sacks that would work for pillows. The rest she just maneuvers some of her hay and grains around, some of the storage space. And she sets out places where each of you can stay. And of course, you could pull out your bedrolls and lay those down for additional padding as well. But she gets that all set up, and by that time, of course, Cart has come out and said hello and is excited to see you all again, and starts telling stories about the things that he's done since then, and that Bernie came to visit, and then that, oh my god, wait, yeah, and by the way, there were these creatures that came and they started stealing people, because Cart was one of the ones that saw people being taken from Phandelver. He starts describing these morbus kobolds that were nasty and covered in boils and smelled awful. Nobody believed me, but Bruni went off, and it sounds like she managed to find you guys, and did you find her? Did you get Terlena back? And you guys have, I assume, the same guarded conversation. And probably share as little detail as you can. And then it gets darker into the evening as you all probably settle into a somber rest in Phandelver. Unless there's anything else you're doing for the night.
So we're kind of by ourselves. I want to ask the group: did anybody ask Carp about
Pip.
Pip's, who he was working for?
I doubt he would know.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
I think the only reason we haven't brought it up is because the mother specifically was telling us to avoid subjects about Pip because he doesn't want. She doesn't want, I think that's the only reason. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but it just it goes against the mother's wishes. So, I mean, I don't know these people well enough to even initiate a conversation like that. So
Maybe we could ask about some strange people in the village rather than asking specifically about that.
kind of.
Just saying.
I'm more curious about the activity of the Red Rams.
The activity around where?
Here, I didn't see much of them walking around, so I'm curious.
Well, the lettering thing kind of indicated they were depleted or no more.
That's
So
another reason I'm curious. Are they still here?
we'll take a
Or
look.
they
I
moved
guess.
somewhere else?
Yeah, didn't they have a base?
Yes.
there?
Tea and tap
I
house.
thought that was one of the things we were trying to find.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, they had their building that they were like congregated in, the tap house, but they also had
Oh, their hideout.
from the hideout, the underground cave led up to what we believe is that abandoned mansion that's on the hill that we never checked out.
Maybe we.
So there's a few places to.
And that's a good question. Is like, do we, what do we pursue afterward? Tomorrow morning, the mansion, if it's part of the Red Brand. Do we try to go and see if I can't remember the lady's name? Tobin's wife is still alive.
That
Or-
cave is quite far away, about a day and a half.
Well, we also have that quest to go to Coneyberry, which
Wait.
takes us through the tribal.
Is that for the
Yeah, so-
Banshee?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Coneyberry.
I can remember the Banshee.
For Pacomis's beard comb quest. On the way there, there's also we were told about the orc raiders that are along Tribor Trail
Mm-hmm.
that we could keep an eye out for. There's a few avenues, so I guess we just need to kind of come to a consensus amongst ourselves what we want to pursue.
So what's up in the mansion? Was that the Banshee?
The mansion on the hill. So that was the hideout, the opening to the Red Brand lair.
Okay.
That was one of the ways into the Red
Okay.
Brand lair.
Yeah,
Do
it's
we know where
basically
the
like
Banshee is?
You guys were
Coneyberry.
told that the Banshee has been seen around the ruins of the town near Coneyberry.
Oh, okay.
Is
It's further
known to
north.
be
Okay,
up
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
northeast.
Yeah.
And
In
if I
fact, you remember that
recall-
Bitter Caviar told you that she traversed through there on her way here and gave it a wide berth because,
With the Banshee.
because one, she'd been chased by some creatures recently, and two, it didn't look like a friendly place.
Yeah, if I recall, Sister Grow was looking for some kind of spell book, and that's why she wanted the.
Yeah, we're supposed to trade the comb for information.
Do we want to go up to the mansion? Might be one of the few things we can do local.
Yeah, take a walk around town, walk past the tap house to see if there's any activity towards the mansion, to see if there's any activity. I'm curious as to, like, if they're still here, what they're doing.
Seeing as you all are talking and potentially gathering some of your gear and stuff, Kellen Alderleaf comes back over again and sits down next to you. Says, I'm sure you've got a lot on your plate, but I meant to tell you too. When you guys left last time, there was someone asking for you here. Darren Eremath. He works the orchards over on the northwest side of town. He's a half-elf, an older gentleman, at least by our standards. He's been there for some time. He wanted to speak with you. I told him you'd already left, and I haven't had a chance to drop by and speak with him yet.
I know the name.
You do know the name.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name again? I'm trying to write it down.
Darren Edermath.
Mm-hmm.
Did he give it an idea of what?
I was just writing some notes, but I'll let you know that I actually do know this person. I know the name. I received some information at some point before we initially came to Phandelver that he was a person of interest here that was looking for help in dealing with these red brands.
Maybe we meet him first thing and go from there. Just my thought.
Options.
He didn't say exactly what it was he wanted to speak about. He did mention the Old Owl Well up on the northeast side of the area too, up on the Tribor Trail. My guess maybe it has to do with some of the recent reports they've had over there. He could tell you more. He did seem disappointed when you'd left though.
You said Old Owl Well.
Old Owl Well, yeah.
And that's on Tribor Trail.
It's actually up there before the break in the land, before things get a little bit rougher. It's kind of up by the mountains, over there by the Wyvern Tor as well.
Huh? Just writing notes.
You
Yeah.
missed the whole thing.
Yeah. We fought so many
By the
creatures just now.
mountains, Which
The black spider was actually a golden ferret.
Yeah.
No way.
like the
Yeah, you didn't
Sword
tell me that
Mountains? Is that the mountain?
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, this is
I
Sword
passed
Mountains.
by it and I was like,
I'll use this to
no,
point.
I'm driving all the way
Not that
back.
they'll be so,
Oh my god.
this is Connie
Can I steal it?
Yeah.
She has said that up over here before the break in the land, before things get kind of rougher, before the mountains, that's where the Old Owl Well and the Wyvern Tour are.
Wyvern Tour.
Wyvern
Oh, Wyvern Tour.
Have you heard about Wyvern Tour?
Yeah.
What happened?
Half elf
remember.
named
Who'd you
Darren
hear it from?
Elderman wanted to
We
speak
heard
to us
it
last
from
time. We tried to read it. She's letting us know right
Druid
now.
Ben.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
From
told
Runneth.
it. Yeah, he whenever we were talking about orc raiding parties.
That's right. Yes, he did mention the Wyvern Tour. Yeah, I think he would have told you guys that the Wyvern Tour, there are some mountains over there that used to be a place where there were wyverns in the past that got long since they were driven off by other adventuring parties and hunters and just over time. Yeah. So those mountains are over there to the south of Cottonberry. These are the Wyvern Tour. Yep. Indeed.
That's why I don't want to transcribe my notes to this one because I take so many.
Hey, notes are good.
So I've got like 7 pages plus of notes in my big binder, and I don't want to move to the little pages.
All right. So what you doing?
What time is it? Like sun's still up?
It is still up, but you're starting to lose light.
Okay.
I guess we could go visit. What's his name?
Yeah, if
I
we.
don't know how far
Darren?
away.
Yeah, let's.
I don't know how far
I would
away
very
he is.
much like to talk to Darren.
All right.
Are my clothes dry?
Oh, you're going full
Oh, I'm
on
being full,
loincloth, beard unkempt, bald hair shining.
Streaking's a crime, you know.
I was curious whether or not you shaved your legs, but now I know. It's all smooth. It's a baby.
So I can kick
Except
better,
this.
so I can move faster.
Aerodynamic.
It makes me aerodynamically slick.
You should see me when I get some oil on it. I'm so smooth.
Oh, you want some oil? I got the beard oil for you.
Beard oil.
That's just what I call it. If I told you what it really was, you might get arrested.
And you hear the
Very
money in the background. Dry heaving his bunny guts out.
Critical Role Season 1 is that potion that makes you fall in love. No. I told them.
Don't get into DC until 4:30 tomorrow. Flying into DC tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah,
You are?
I travel a lot.
Yeah. Is it for work or?
Yep. The week after Thanksgiving, I'm going to Vicksburg, Mississippi.
We decide where we're going?
Yeah, we're going to talk to Darren.
Okay, Edermeth.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you guys. And there's a map of it over there. It's okay. We have it on the screen. Okay. So this is Phandalin, and of course you guys came in from up here. Barthen's Provisions over there, and then you guys were just outside of the Stonehill Inn before heading down to the Otterleaf Farms. So now you guys are going to work your way up, across town.
Making our way downtown.
if Pacomius is still, I will give him the great carrot cloak.
Okay,
You
so
want a red brand cloak?
are you gonna try to put the great carrot cloak on?
I mean, yeah, if my clothes aren't ready,
He's
It,
like,
it comes up.
Right
It's
around.
like
It
more
covers
like a
like-
corn cloak on you.
Like
It's
a
like not that big, you know.
Or his clothes dry? I mean, you can wear them wet. Or
They
clean.
definitely would not be dry.
I'll just put on the regular clothes that I bought it.
Okay.
Oh, gust. Just kidding, I don't have that.
Either do I. Well, I can always cast Firebolt and help. Well, never mind. Help burn them.
These are my sacred Ogma robes.
I mean, I got ice knife.
I can always do burning hands. You know, steamy.
So as you make your way around to the outside of Phandelver and go over towards the orchards that were described to you, it's easy to tell that's exactly what this is because the trees are very well kept, very well groomed, and there's actually a variety of good fruit and bloom, primarily apples over here in this area. There's actually already at this time of day a pretty decent sized little fire, a personal fire, and it's lit and set up right there in front of a home. And as you come up to the main house in front of the orchards here, there is a gentleman that is seated away with his back to you from the path, looking into the fire, kind of bringing up some smoke, just casually watching the space as you step forward towards the orchards. He appears to have long gray silver hair and is wearing, well, there you go. I forgot. While we're in display mode, I can't actually, let me try. Nah, it's okay. We'll go without the image for now. All right. So as you get closer, you can sure enough make out that this is in fact a half elf. This is decently pointed ears, and the silver hair is streaming down his back, like halfway down his shoulder blades too, kind of split out around him with a decent cloak. And he's got like pouches and kind of knickknacks all over him. He's got some tools at his side, and got some leather strapped to him and things like that. No weapons on his person, but does have a sturdy quarterstaff next to him. And you can see a bag and some gear laying up against the house not too far away.
I'm just gonna jokingly nudge. How do you say your character's name again?
Akara.
Akara. I'm gonna nudgingly judge, like, and quietly just be like, friend of yours.
Right
Just
on the
like
knee.
jokingly. Yeah, right on the knee. Yeah, just
I'll
kind
call
of.
out. Are you Darren?
So, straightens up, turns around, looks back at you all, says, "I, Darren Denemath. You're looking for me then?"
Miss Alderleaf informed us that you were looking for us.
Stands up, dusts off his legs, and looks at you all, says, "Sure enough, I was. The Halfwits, right?
Correct.
Interesting. Didn't hear that the first time you came in, but that's what they said when they left, or when you left last time. You were a little bit too quick. I couldn't catch you before you went. Some days had passed, but I was hoping you might have a few minutes. I had a favor I wanted to ask."
Certainly. What might this favor be?
"Well, come take a seat. Let's talk about it real quick. There's plenty of space." And sure enough, there's like logs and little steps and stumps and stools kind of set out around the fire in front of him. And it's not cold out by any means, but it's a small fire, and he probably just does that out of habit more than anything, and keeps plenty of wood stocked up around the area. You all kind of settle and take a seat, and he kind of eyes and appraises each of you, looking around. It's an odd group, but it might be just what we're looking for. "My name is Darren. I've been in Phandelver now for as long as they've been back here. I've been trying to help them rebuild. I spent my life chasing down a good number of people that needed to be chased down. I've traveled all along the Sword Coast and many regions and other places. These days, I don't do as much of that. I was glad to know that you managed to step in and take care of some of the red brands. So that music has got to change."
Aggressive. Roll initiative.
Yes, that's supposed to be. I was glad to know and hear that you guys took care of the red brands. Seriously, we can't thank you enough for that. The difference that has brought has been enormous. We've seen a few of them still kind of filter in and pass through this area. It seems they have no guidance. They seem to have fallen into shambles since you, well, whatever you did. It seems to have worked.
That's exactly what Raven was gonna do. Is try to get him in shambles and rebuild him. Sorry, that's a side note, little
No,
thing.
you're
But I just think that's funny.
You know, I already knew about their leader, Glassstaff. I'm assuming by now you knew about him too. If they have fallen to pieces the way they have, I can only assume that means that you either killed him or is he dead?
He is not dead.
He's not dead.
He
So he's
escaped.
still out there?
He escaped. We believe an invisibility potion caught us unawares, and he was able to escape whenever we initially confronted him, but we dealt a very heavy blow to them initially.
Well, it's unfortunate he's still out there, but we'll keep a wary eye. I couldn't have taken them all myself, but if it's just one or two that shows back up, I'm glad to lend my strength and lend my hand trying to push them off. I can still put a little bit of an arm behind the blade if need be. With that being said, you obviously seem a capable lot, so I was hoping we might take advantage of your skills still. There's a place up to the east, up by Coneyberry actually, several days northeast along the Tribor Trail, the Old Owl Well. Now, trade has been an issue through here for quite some time between both the Red Brands, stealing whatever makes it into the place and shutting down businesses for a while, and also the goblins jumping the trails and interfering with people. And now, of course, we hear from Harbin, the town's master, and others that there are orcs raiding up in the northeast. In fact, I'll be honest with you, it sounds like it wouldn't be too far off from where I'm asking you to potentially go. But there's the Old Owl Well up in that direction. I can't say I know too much about it. I haven't been there myself, but those that have come from further east, as far even over as Tribor, bring stories that apparently they believe that they are seeing corpses and dead walking around the well at night, guarding the place, preventing people from getting close or coming in. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but, you know, one's a story, two is a coincidence, three is a pattern. We keep hearing it.
I'm sorry. I kind of lost that bit for a second. I zoned out.
That's okay.
I heard all that. Mr. DM, what did you say just happened there again?
Roll history.
I just didn't hear the first time, second time, third part. I just lost that part. I'm sorry.
Old Owl Well,
Yeah.
east northeast, Walking Dead and corpses, stories. Possibly wants to go check out.
Appreciate
Hint,
it.
wink,
Yeah.
wink, nudge, nudge. Notes.
Basically, yeah.
I was going to, because I remember us ash zombies, right?
Yes, there were ash zombies
Are
in
they
Thunder
any-
Tree.
Yeah, exactly. Are they, strange zombies? Not that there's any kind of normal zombie, but, and I'll relate, the problem of ash zombies
In
Thunder Tree.
So are you telling him about the ash zombies you already
Yeah, are
heard?
they? You think they're similar, or have you heard reports of strange zombies?
Zombies covered in ash. Well, I can't say I know. We didn't get a good description because the people that are passing through didn't bother to stop by and spend too much time inside of there. I can't imagine your average person would be too intrigued by corpses shambling around. Most of them just told me they could see through bits and pieces from a distance, and your average human or passersby, whatever they may be, probably wouldn't still be on his legs at that point. Could be the same. Can't say I know for certain. None of them told me anything about any ash, but maybe if you got closer, you could draw a connection. Seems to me if they are already in another spot as well, that's potentially an even bigger problem. Maybe this is something that could spread. It goes further over the region. That's pretty far though. That was over in Thunder Tree.
Yes, Druid we met there mentioned that it was possibly due to the eruption.
Of
That
Mount
happened.
Hodenau. The ash, I can see where he might have gotten that. That's a long time to still be dealing with ash from the eruption, though. But crazier things have happened, magic as it is in this part of the realm.
So just to clarify, you would like us to go to this Old Owl Well and see what is actually going on, and if possible, clear it out? Is that the request that you had?
I think that's what we need. We've got very few ways to bring in wealth and make our living here. Most of it's done through prospecting. The Wyvern's Hoar and the mountains around that area still have some wealth to be found. But if we're scaring off our prospectors with stories of dead or undead being up and around and preventing them from being able to do that, then that's one more thing that's going to lead to the downfall of Phandelver. We just won't be able to make it. So we got to be able to do what makes our livelihood. If you could take care of that, we would be very grateful. I can't say I have too much to offer, unfortunately, but I've got the orchards here, and it would be one other way that you could help the town, and maybe I could find a way to make it worth your while.
We've actually got a few things of business up in that direction, so we would be heading that way anyways, so we can definitely check that out for you.
If you're headed that direction, one thing I'll tell you is just be cautious. What I do know is that there's an old watchtower over in that area. There used to be an empire way back in the day called Netheril, magical empire that was maintained. And that's one of the structures that remains after all this time, part of the ruins of the old Outwell. It's very possible that there might be dormant magic still in that area.
The magical city name, how do you spell it?
It was Netheril, Netheril.
What do I know about Netheril?
Roll history.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So, without having studied or anything like that, so to speak, you know of Netheril. You know that they were an empire that sought power by way of knowledge and magical influence. That they sought to obtain relics, and they wanted ways to reach into magics they didn't have access to prior to that. And so they were fairly assertive in expansion and in getting information and some of those items, and sometimes that led to conflict.
No, we do that. So as we're talking, it's like, so is there anything special about the mansion? And I'll, kind of point an ear over toward the big mansion on the hill. I was thinking about taking a look at the mansion tomorrow, but depending on, this might be more important.
Tressender Manor up on top of the hill?
Mm-hmm. Because we think that might be a hiding hole for the Red Brand.
Well, so out of Darren Math, you guys have already been there. You've been underneath it. That's
Yeah.
where the Red
That's
Brand's
why I was able to tell you like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was more like
I
just
think we
like
exited out of there actually.
You
yeah.
came up
Yeah.
from behind Tressender.
Oh, okay.
yeah. The only
Okay.
reason that I was thinking about looking over there is because I was initially looking for Red Brand activity to see if it was still crazy, but from what he's just told us, it seems to be petered
Spread
out.
It seems like they're
It
clearing
seems
out.
like they've scattered.
Fell to shambles.
Dude, why is music like getting more and more broken up?
It is. I'm noticing
My
everything.
phone is over here. I don't know what's messing with it or what's blocking it.
It's probably that skull.
Oh, you know what? Can we try moving your phone, Lee?
My phone?
It could
Yeah.
be me too. Also,
I have
right over
my
here.
phone's over here. So.
And it's just because the Bluetooth on this is crap, unfortunately.
My spell book.
Actually, I think that was it. Maybe. Spoke too soon. Doesn't matter. Either way.
I'm just gonna move all the technology.
Yeah.
Oh, can I tell if this guy? I know you described him, but like, is he like a warrior? Does he look like
He looks hard.
magician?
He looks aged. He is half elf, so it's graceful. He still has youth in his face, but there's a different type of aging that happens for them. And he has some wisdom lines and whatnot. It would be evidence that this is a half elf that is over 100 years old, which isn't old for them, but definitely over 100 years old.
Here's
Oh,
about
red flag.
4-5
Excuse me, sorry.
centuries.
10,000 years?
We'll give you some wrinkles if you're an elf.
10,000? Yeah, maybe. I might do it.
Just some.
Well, I can't join you on the road. I can't go over there myself. I have things I need to take care of here, and now that the town's more prepared to take a stand and not being bullied as much by the Red Brands, we're more ready to fight off any threats from within or without, should these goblins or even the orcs try to push in. Even if it cost me my life, I've lived a good one. I'll do what I can to hold things off here. But if you're already going to be headed that direction, then maybe the old owl well could be a stop you could add to your journey.
More certainly.
Well, I appreciate it.
I know he's talking about reward and stuff like that for this. Did we discuss what that could be?
He said he doesn't have much other than here. He said he might be able to find a way to make it worth your while.
Fine. I don't care.
Face tattoo.
Yeah, right.
Your firstborn, your
Yeah.
business, the clothes off your back.
It's like when you hit the terms and agreement. It's like we finished a quest. Cool. Now you're eternally bound to me. Like what?
This quest doesn't look decline.
Yeah.
Nah.
Sign in blood, thank you very much.
He'll teach you his favorite nod.
His favorite nod.
Not.
Oh, not. Oh, gotcha.
Should we, in a real quiet voice, Blackberry will kind of lean over to whoever's sitting close to him. It's like, should we tell him about the green dragon?
No, it's not necessary. The Emerald Enclave already knows about it.
Kind of want to ask him about how long has he been in town? How long have you been in town?
He's told us from the
Yeah,
beginning.
since the beginning.
Since the beginning?
Yeah, basically
so
since
he-
they started rebuilding, essentially.
He's
You,
attempting to help refound and kind of rebuild Edermath. I'm
So-
sorry, the Phandelver
So you've
with the Edermath.
paid attention to the comings and goings somewhat of people around here. You've noticed anybody? Trying to remember how I had them written down as described, but the cult members with their masks and their cloaks. I'm describing a cult
Seeing.
member and asking if he's seeing any, like the cult members we saw. I'm going to
Stunning.
describe them and ask him if he's seen anybody like that around.
I mean, we see people come and go in cloaks all the time. Black, sure, maybe every now and then, but none of them wearing masks, and certainly none of them trying to hide themselves. The streets are fairly open, and we already have enough people running around with red cloaks, let alone black cloaks. I don't know if they'd get along. Maybe they mistook them, and it was actually red brands. Is that possible?
This ring of alarm doesn't work both ways. It only works if I set the conditions and activate it.
I think so.
Okay. I was gonna offer to let him know. Well, it doesn't matter because I can't do it. It doesn't matter.
Hey, if you think of something, let me know.
I was originally gonna offer to see if maybe if I could set that alarm on him, and if he sees anyone like that in the town, then it can alert us because that probably isn't a good sign.
Give him the ring.
No, not for that. Not for that. Yeah, that's we'll say this is all something Yoso was thinking, and
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely check that out for you, see what we can find, and possibly take care of it. And if you, while we're not in town, notice any suspicious activity with red brands possibly trying to build themselves back up, I would appreciate you letting us know. Because it's definitely something we'd want to take care of as well.
I don't plan on leaving the area anytime soon. If you're here and I catch you, I can certainly come share that with you. Otherwise, is there a place you'd want me to leave a message?
Barthen.
Leave it with Barthen? Not too easy. He's a good friend. In fact, he supplies most of the things I need to maintain things here at the orchard. Certainly, I can do that.
Was there anything else that you wanted to discuss with us before we...
Well, there was, but you all took care of it, actually. I was going to see if I might be able to help you with the red brands. I didn't have much to offer, but turns out you already made short work of that one, so looks like things are looking up from here.
is there a reward for it? No, I'm kidding.
You'll never know.
Not for you.
Well, thanks for doing that.
There's a reward for me. Satisfaction. That's the reward.
Yeah.
Well, truly, again, I appreciate it. I do have to keep things moving here, although, to be fair, I just grabbed some fresh produce from the day. At the very least, I can offer you that if you'd like. There's a couple of sacks of apples just inside, and also I just made some cider if you'd like that.
The bunny's ear goes at the word of
Oh, yeah.
fresh produce. It's like,
Sorry.
So he runs inside, grabs 2 fairly large sacks of apples, and then also comes out with a small little cask of apple cider.
Hell yeah. Party. Vegetable party.
Guess I'll grab one of the sacks because I know I'm not grabbing the giant thing of cider. That's probably a Pacomius thing.
Yeah, I'll take whatever's heaviest.
I'll grab one of the sacks though. I guess is it too heavy for me? Am I dragging that behind me, or is it something I can throw?
yeah, you're
Okay.
good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
My
Let's
trials
see.
and
Halfling
tribulations.
sack. I mean, it's
I'm
large.
I'm a large. I mean, I'm big.
What's your strength score?
My strength? Oh, it's -1, but it's 9. 9 with a negative.
Well, that's your modifier. So 9's your score.
Yeah, 9's my
Yeah.
score. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So you're good.
So what is it, like 9 times whatever?
Carry
for-
capacity is times 15.
Yeah.
Now, to be honest, at some point in my games, probably not this one, but I will switch to the variant rule because the normal rule, just like straight up 15 pounds, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm good, cross it. Oh, I can't carry it. There's like no change in that, but the variant rule for encumbrance is actually pretty good, where once you get past certain numbers, it slows you down a little bit and then imposes other.
I thought you already did that.
Uh-uh.
I'm pretty sure that was on the.
It's on the sheet that I gave you guys,
Yeah.
I think, but we're not actually following that rule yet, which is fine. Because if we did that, then freaking Raven would have been useless.
I think like I was able to carry like I think it was like 72 pounds at
You were
most.
able to carry.
Guys, I put on my armor this morning.
Yeah.
I can't go on. I
No,
can't
sorry,
make
you're
it.
right.
Carried,
It's too much.
you
That's what I
carried
was-
74 on you at almost all times.
Yeah.
You did,
until I started dropping it off in the cart.
Because you guys
finally,
went to the Red Brand's hideout and you tried to
Oh,
loot a bunch
shit.
of stuff.
I just
there.
realized we
Oh,
turned. Yeah, speaking of which, all that shit that was Raven put in the cart. I know nobody said anything about grabbing it out of the cart. So did Barthen find that shit? I mean, I know Yoso doesn't know, but these guys would know.
Well, you actually, Raven, you told us he kept most of his wealth on him.
Yeah, but like the
he
statue and
specifically
shit like that.
left
Put
the
in the,
jade statue in the cart, but I forgot about it.
Okay, so, no, who knows?
But
oh, one day.
Who knows?
I mean, hey, if we emptied the cart of our stuff and we didn't see it, we didn't see it. That's all.
Yeah,
Shit happens.
I didn't really care about it, to be honest. I mean, Yoso doesn't even know about it. I
A
care
whole-
about Raven.
A whole lot of what was it? A jade? Was it
Frog.
frog?
Yeah, it was a jade frog with golden orbs for eyes, I think.
It looked expensive for sure. I think it was either that or the eye patch I had Barthu do an investigation on for me.
Investigation.
Or you know what I'm talking about. Like,
No, you're kidding.
yeah.
The eye patch, you let Barthen take a sketch and notes on
Right,
it to get
right.
an appraisal.
I don't think I
But
even showed him the
you're
statue.
dead. And it's
Yeah.
on you.
Who knows? Oh, yeah. No, you're right. That was
Yeah.
on him. It
Yeah.
was just the jade statue.
That was literally the only thing that was left of the card.
Yeah.
Anybody that's listening, you hear.
Yeah, into the apples. All right. But, yeah, so actually, Darren gives you guys the produce in the cask of the apple cider. Kind of waves, shakes hands a little bit, gives you a nod, thanks you again for being willing to take this up and for everything that you're doing. And he seems, obviously very sincere. He holds himself well, he's postured, and he looks strong, not frail. Again, this is a half elf, but he told you, hey, I had my time adventuring on the road, and now I'm here to help with Phandelver. So he heads back over and finishes up some of his evening work before the sun starts to go down.
And you hear, I'm just really going with it.
Exactly.
Yeah. At least 3 of them. I'm just kidding. I don't even know what you said.
Yeah, the other.
That's what I always say whenever I don't hear someone. I was like, yeah, at least 3 of them.
All right. So,
That was a bunny mouth round full of apple saying, tastes really good.
Oh.
you guys doing anything else? Headed back to the Alderley Farms?
On our way back, I do want to, walk by the tap house where we noticed a lot of the Red Brands congregating to see if it's like, there's a lot of noise coming from it. If they're like still in there, like some of them, like what's
So-
going on there?
As you go past the tap
Empty?
house, it is not empty. It is not, bustling, super busy by any means. But you can actually see some lights from inside, and there are voices, and it's a lot more jovial and not nearly the same gruff and kind of threatening appearance and feel that there was before. Pushing the door open and glancing inside, you don't see any red cloaks. You don't see any fighting. You see people actually tending bar appropriately and drinks being given. There's maybe 4 or 5 people inside, and it's a fairly large tap house. So there's plenty of seating. But it's not super busy right now. Phandelver is still up and coming, and there might still be some hesitance about going to visit this place. It probably still has a stigma due to its association with the Red Brands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that's I don't need to go in. I just wanted to see.
All right.
So I guess we're just heading back to the farm then, or?
Unless anybody has anything else they want to do, it's still, probably still got like an hour before sundown.
Oh, easily, yeah. You probably have maybe like 2 hours of sunlight and then 30 minutes of dusk. Yep, something like that. Okay, but you guys head back to the Alderley Farms. You're welcomed again by Kellen, who makes sure that you have everything you need, acknowledges the fresh produce, and obviously is aware that you made it over to the orchards, and just kind of asks real quick what it was that he wanted from you all.
He wanted us to check out the old Alva Well. Apparently there's been some rumors and stories going around about undead and stuff walking around causing fear in the prospectors. So he asked us if we could check that out for him.
Yeah, and she obviously gives us the same message, like, yeah, our prospectors are what bring us the money and the success here in Vandal. It's pretty much where most of our income and our jobs are from. So if our prospectors aren't aren't able to do their jobs, then that doesn't bode well for anybody. She kind of pulls you all aside for just a second and says, I don't mind you talking to my boy. For now, I ask that you keep everything about Pip quiet. I want to be the one to break the news to him. Maybe now is not the time, and he'd just be quick to ask you lots of questions, and I think it's just too soon. He's already concerned. He heard about Trelena. Basically just knows that they might be missing. Probably assumes he went off to look for his mom. So for the time being, at least, let's just keep it to ourselves, and then we'll meet up later on. We'll go from there.
Definitely. Just as we told you, we did tell Toblin, so people around town might be talking about it. So if he overhears,
Yeah, I'll keep him busy with chores. He'll be staying on the farm for a while to come then. So I'll make sure that anytime we go into town, we'll be together, and that he doesn't get a chance to hear from anybody but me first.
It might be a good idea to ask him if it opened up about doing chores for somebody other than Toblin, or
If you had any interesting friends that you saw him talking to.
yeah,
Doing chores, interesting friends. What kind of friends are we talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this Copeland that we're asking right now, or is
No,
this
killing Alderleaf.
I think we're gonna ask
That's
that to.
just-
Or are we talking to them?
That was like
about
3
this
people's
first?
names in one. That was great.
Yeah.
No,
Kellen, Toblin.
this
I don't even
man
know.
is directionally and people challenged.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Bro, I shouldn't be thirsty. for
He's
names
not
still.
net.
Do you have more?
He's
not
literally
bad.
have a 12-pack. Just grab one.
Okay.
I got you, man.
Stop asking silly questions.
Well, not silly.
Here, I'll leave it.
Well, thank you.
Well, who we don't know.
Whoa.
We just, maybe somebody that offered him a little bit of coin and, to do a chore, and he up and disappeared, and he wound
Man,
up.
I don't think he, Pacomius, I don't think you told us about the interaction with him in your room.
That's cold. Yeah.
With what do you mean interaction with?
Well, with Pip. There was an interaction with him and Raven.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't think you told
remember
us.
saying anything about it. To be honest.
Sorry.
So hearing that, she basically kind of reaffirms the same thing. She's like, I hadn't heard anything about it. Maybe I'll get a chance to ask him. I'm afraid if I bring it up right now, it'll just raise questions and they'll lead me to the conversation. I'll get to it, but give me some time.
Yep. No rush whatsoever.
You can do that. He hasn't said anything to me, that's for sure. And my boy certainly isn't doing chores for anybody else. He ain't got the time for it. Like I said, we'll keep him plenty busy here on the farm. He's more than welcome to speak with you all, though. We appreciate everything you've done for us. And here in the town, you're always good friends. You're welcome here anytime you want. It's not the best place to stay, but should you have the need for the space, of course, it's yours. Especially because I understand what's happening with Toblin. We'll give him some time as well.
And help yourself to these fruits and vegetables. It's definitely far more than we can all.
Yeah, I was about to offer
Consume.
the sack of apples
Well,
that I have and just be like, here, this is for you. Just put it down somewhere.
We appreciate it.
Sorry.
I'd say I'd plant some to get him going for myself, but I'm afraid Edelmath will come over here and give me a piece of his mind. I know that's his business, so I'll enjoy it, but we certainly won't start any planting. You can tell him we said as much too. Well, you all get settled in. It's going to be a cooler night tonight, but the barn should be just fine. We'll shut down the doors, and then wherever it is you're headed tomorrow. If we're up, we'll try not to wake you too early, and if we're not up, then hopefully you'll do the same. Let us get our sleep.
Thank you.
They head off. She finishes up what she was doing, pulls Carp over to the Cajun side. By then, now it's starting to... The sun is well setting, and you guys are wrapping up, doing whatever it is you're doing. Anything else for the night?
I think. No, I think
Comius, you want to get dressed?
I like this freedom.
Ooh, it's invigorating.
Little dancing lights.
God, he's practicing his hot yoga outside.
New
think
yoga.
I think I'll be taking a vow of nudity.
Wait, what? Which archetype is that? What's up with us?
It's a new. Don't worry about it.
It's homebrew.
The way of freedom.
The way of the helicopter.
Freedom!
The helicopter jig.
Taylor's going, what the hell am I going to do?
Pacomius! Pacomius!
All right. So
Freedom! Oh, sorry.
you guys, you get your rest again for the night and wake to, I assume, pretty early in the morning. The sun just started to come up, and then it's just a matter of where you guys are headed to.
So,
Yeah.
need to need to figure it out. We have a lot of stuff that we've been told about and requested to check out on Tribor Trail all the way up to Coneyberry.
I'm gonna talk to Akara and just, hey, I know
Triboard Trail.
you're with
Do
us
we
to
wanna
figure
start
out about
heading
this
down
dagger and
Tribor
everything,
Trail?
but
I think so. I think the farther we go, the more.
Roll to flirt.
yeah,
Wait, what?
well, no, that's not what. No, I'm gonna ask her. I'm like, hey, I know that you're with us to figure out the origins of this dagger and everything, but it looks as though we might have some other business. You have no reason to, but we wouldn't mind the company if you would like to accompany us.
You say it's other business, but from what we've seen, a lot of this business ties into whatever
Well,
is happening.
this is the closest I've ever been to figuring out
Anything about it? Yeah.
about it, so I'm not going anywhere until I have my answers.
By the way, can you roll a percentile die for me real quick?
Me?
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the music. It's like if I put my elbows next. Look at that.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
51.
51? Okay, noted. Thank you.
Because Bluetooth is very.
It's just this laptop.
Sensitive.
It doesn't have good Bluetooth. I've got the dongle, but it doesn't work.
The dongle.
The dongle. I know, it's weird.
Sounds like what Cody's is doing.
Whoa there! Dingle dangle dongle.
Dingle dangle dongle.
It's a new type
Hey,
of
dongle would be a
hot
good character name, okay?
Actually, it would be. It sounds like a cousin of Yoso.
So in dongle?
Yoso and dongle.
Yo, so and dongle.
Wow.
Let's start a band.
That's
Oh god, Blackberry dies. Here comes Dongle. Here
Oh
comes
my.
Dongle. Sling spells.
I don't know if we're allowed to stream that
You're
episode.
like, you're Paul, right?
I was saying, what are the
Yeah,
guidelines
yeah,
for
yeah.
Twitch, man? Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
look. I wish
I
we
am
find. I think we're going to try
I am
and develop
3
a
foot
strike
3.
system unless we do something
Huh?
blatant.
I'm 3
right?
foot
I was
three.
gonna be like, I feel like we dropped the
Yeah,
F bomb.
I'm a
No, yeah, you can curse.
So
It's
I'm
fine.
tiny.
I'm 3 foot
Nobody
3,
fucking cares.
including the ear. So
No, as long as it's not
I'm like
not
probably
cursing
2'10",
like
two-
insensitive
2'11",
like aggressive
somewhere in
language
there.
towards
He's a bunny.
person or
Yeah.
minority.
Like
Actual
hate
bunny.
speech, essentially. Yeah.
They could be as
Yeah.
tall as him.
As long as we're all
Chose
not
to be
playing
my
nude and
size.
stuff like that. Like,
And
I mean, if I'm behind my DM screen,
Yeah.
you don't know if I'm wearing
So
pants.
he's
all you know
I'm
is
wearing
that
pants. I'm wearing pants.
Heavy
Alright.
footsteps.
No, he's like
Roll
light as a feather. You don't even hear
investigation.
his
No,
footsteps.
but-
Val, on the other hand, in his heavy armor,
Yeah, it's
boom,
boom.
tonk,
Okay.
tonk.
Ka-chink,
funny.
ka-chink, ka-chink, ka-chink.
Oh yeah, yeah. And speaking of, so you're in chain shirt,
I am in a chain shirt, medium armor.
and then studded, and no armor, cloth,
right now.
and then cloth as well, right?
No, that's all he
Cool.
wears.
Okay,
Oh,
Because
He
of
has
major
major armor.
oh
Right.
true.
okay, cool.
Cloth maybe.
Just
maybe.
curious. Okay.
And then Val's in
The
like
sun rises. It was a cooler night, actually, by far. The season is just starting to change in this region, this area of the world. Weather's still going to be fair for, certainly at least the next month or so. Technically, I think they did used to be called months or something. Moon, I don't know. That's where it came from, is month.
I can see it. I mean,
But yeah, so where does the party decide to set off to? What are you going to pursue?
I believe we were gonna start heading up
To Neverwinter? Attempt the lovely ladies Lester?
Yeah, we're gonna retire early. Just
Well, he's
That's the end of the
retiring
campaign.
early.
That's it.
start a potion business in Neverwinter.
All right.
yeah, we just all abandoned everything, started our own lives.
But I think we were gonna start heading up
Well, so
Tribal
much for
Trail to start
figuring
dealing
shit
with
out
all the
for me.
stuff that we
I'm
wanted.
like getting ready to point, but there's a map
Up there.
in the game. Here.
But before
search
that,
most.
I
Okay.
definitely want to inform Sildar where we're going and to let him know if he does leave Phandelver, but he wants to, leave us a message, he can leave it with Barthen. Because we'll definitely be coming back once we're done. And I'm sure we want to go back to Barthen and let him know that we'll need a cart and ox again for a good amount of time.
Okay.
And
So
that-
when you go over and you speak with Sildar at the inn, Stonehill Inn, and he did stay there the night. He did stay and try to comfort Toblin. You catch him and he pulls you aside, speaks to you for a little bit. Gives you a really grave look, making sure that Pacomius is present as well, having produced the letter that was there. He appraises you and nods, kind of noticing that you've changed your clothes and that you're clean once again. Looks at you all very serious, says, that letter. Obviously you know where it came from and the symbol at the bottom. So, I can't speak to how strong the influence is or what exactly we should expect, but Obviously, the Black Spider has taken notice and is feeling threatened. I can only imagine. I don't know if he presumes you all may truly be capable of causing him harm, but all the same, he's right. You did. You came in, you pushed off the Red Brands. You've done a great service to Phandelver, and already you've interfered in some of the Cragmaw's efforts, and now, if you are looking into the request I've set forward for you, I can only imagine that you will soon be taking a look into Cragmaw Castle.
That is correct. We do know the location now.
I fear that the boy was a message, that Pip was left, obviously, to drive fear into you and prevent you from pursuing this path. You know, I urge you, continue on. Don't let it sway you. And at this time, I haven't spoken, I haven't told Toblin. I don't want him knowing that these things are connected. I certainly don't want him blaming you. You have only done good things here. There's a terrible thing that happened. It's awful. We will certainly seek vengeance as best as we can. Well, here in Phandelver, we do what we can to take care of Toblin. He is essential to the town's survival. He has to stay here in Phandelver. Somebody has to run the inn. We still don't know what happened to Trelane and if she may be coming back or not. But, again, stay strong. Continue doing what you're trying to do. The impact is going to be worth the price. Just keep yourselves safe. Did you manage to figure out anything from Radoth? I spoke briefly with Kellen, with Alderleaf.
Yes, he's the one who informed us of the location of Cragmaw Castle.
So you know where it is then, truly?
Yes.
Is that where you're headed?
We are going to be heading there, but we also have a lot of stuff on Tribor Trail, which is just so happens that they're all kind of on the way that we want to take into account and look into to try to hit all aspects to get our information straight. But everything seems to be that direction right now.
Well, it sounds like you'll be gone for some time then. Safe travels. I wish I could come with you. I almost want to see this thing through. I'm afraid it might not be up to your standards. From what I hear, you've done some rather incredible things recently, if it's to be believed.
Incredible, lucky, however anybody wants to look at it.
Luck is a skill. It comes from the gods, and if it's with you, then you are fortunate. You should hold on to it, take advantage of it every chance you get.
By the time I'm done writing my songs for these groups, there will be no luck involved in the stories. It will all be skill.
Well, you're a new face. You're traveling with them then.
Yeah,
Yes, I am.
He was a temp. He's good.
Yeah.
But he graduated. He's one of the party now.
Well,
He helped
hopefully-
us quite a bit in Thunder Tree.
Well, if you've heard any of the stories of what they've done already, then I can only imagine you're aware of, what a great opportunity it will be for you to take these tales along with you, but also these poor bastards deserve, all the relaxation that they can get. And if your music can help soothe them on the trail, if it can help inspire them to action and keep them focused, then that's a great thing. And I look forward to hearing whatever it is, whatever stories you bring us back, Bard.
He's actually quite good.
Well, appreciate it. I'll tip my hat to Pip on that one. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't know if it's too late to
Do
say
you
this,
have a
but
hat?
well, it's more of a saying, like tip of the hat sort of thing. But yeah,
I was like, does he actually have a hat?
Honestly, you made me think about it for a second. It's like, no, I don't. No, but
genuinely curious.
this whole time I've had like one of those like Pirates of the Caribbean
just
feather
not
hats.
noticed it this whole time.
Anyway, no, but I don't know if it's too late to say it, but the night before, before we're sleeping, can I say that Yoso was also like tuning the lute?
Oh yeah,
'Cause I remember
getting familiar with your lute?
yeah, just tuning it up, just
Yeah,
because I remember
absolutely.
tuned to his lute.
just say I spent an hour doing that before I went to sleep.
Make a
last night.
performance check.
Cool.
With
I'm
advantage.
not
'cause
gonna
I'm cheering
roll
you
right
on.
now because I feel like I'm rolling 3s for some reason. Okay,
Oh,
I thought I'd
that's
say,
gonna be a
bro.
3.
I rolled a 3.
Did you really?
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
You said performance.
Not a
Yeah.
That is plus 5, 16.
I'm 11 though.
16?
Mhm.
Okay,
I
yes.
forgot how high my
7,
performance is.
15.
Shit.
Yeah, it is. So you put some time into it, and easily enough, you find some good notes. You can tell that while it's not a super high quality instrument, because also as a bard,
Mhm.
that expensive, good instruments are not tens of gold or hundreds of gold. They are extraordinarily expensive, potentially sometimes.
Right.
So hundreds and hundreds or more. And that's before the ones that actually have any magical capabilities themselves, because there are lore, the famed instruments that have come down through time. But you get a nice sound out of it. You feel like it's well in tune. You're a little bit familiar. Your fingers are starting to know some of the sounds and the positions along the board. And you can play some nice little ditties, as it were.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice little ditties.
Appreciate it.
Do a ditty ditty, dum ditty do.
Dude, that's the second time you said something like that, and I was like, I haven't heard. Like, what'd you say? The ding
Throwbacks?
dong or ding wong, or the ding dong?
Yeah.
I don't know why that made me laugh.
I don't know. The things that come into our heads, right? Sometimes I say them, and I make sure I'm careful what I say them. Yeah.
Eventually, you're gonna wake up to a message like, "You have been demonetized." Demonetized?
Monetized?
I don't even
Hell
know.
yeah, let's go.
I'll be honest. I don't really know what that means on YouTube. I just figured it means canceled because people are like, "I don't want to get
Demonetized.
demonetized."
Basically, it
It's like
means that
money
your
that
ads
you
don't
make
pay you.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So I couldn't run
Oh.
ads if I wanted to, because I'm not a Twitch partner. You have to have so many people following you and so much streaming time, I think, before you can do that.
Right.
I think it's
And I'm
40
not
hours a
gonna do
week. Actually.
Holy crap!
It's a job. Yeah, it's a full time.
Whoa, bro!
How much?
I've heard
Yeah,
stories
well,
of like professional
I
gamers.
think that's
and-
after you actually get the partnership. Like in the contract, it stipulates that you have to stream at least 40 hours a week.
Yeah, I saw somewhere that like streamers were talking about like when they first got into it versus now, and they're like, yeah, I still like it, but I mean, it's literally a job. I don't even look forward to it. He's like, I wake up in the morning and the first thing I got to do is get behind my screen. And he's like, that's cool, but after like 3 years of that nonsense, he said he still
You
likes
really
it.
have to care about your community, and you probably have to be versatile with your content.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and it's
Or-
all you, so you got to be like very like at all times.
Or you just have to
like,
be really good at what you do.
Or it
Dr.
has to be something
Disrespect.
that's passive that doesn't require a whole lot of interaction, which isn't going to be as popular. But for example, if for some reason we were to stream like a lot every week, not 40 hours, geez.
I'll be here tomorrow, guys.
Then you
Yeah,
know,
I think
like
there are
there's
some
very
exceptions, but
interaction. Yeah, because I think I know streamers that don't do 40. Maybe there's different levels or whatever.
Probably.
But,
Or, like
you
even
get some
Critical Role
subscribers
like
and-
has multiple different things. Like their main campaign game
Yeah.
is only on Thursdays, but they do stuff every day of the week.
They usually have like they'll usually rotate with the one shots and stuff. Like Sam will do a one shot, then
You know, like they have
Yeah.
one shots and they have other stuff. Like
So when y'all rotate and do your one shots, I think Lee's up next. So Lee's running our next one shot, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'm building it out right now. It's from scratch.
oh yeah.
And then I think we have a potential mini series in the future. Okay. And AJ's doing one tonight at midnight.
Oh, you know what? I'll run this by you after.
Okay.
I had an
If we
idea.
lock the doors and keep them here till midnight today.
I was just thinking about how
not pass.
it
You
might
need the
work
beard
out.
and the hat, though.
It might work out rather well. But I'll run it by you after.
Okay, yeah. Hell yeah. Bro, your wand. It's still over here. Every now and then I'm gonna play with it. Alright. So, you guys are up. I don't think you said where you're headed to yet, though.
Yeah, we didn't.
No, we're going.
Yeah, but we definitely after talking to Sildar and letting him know like if he does leave Phandelver and wants to let us know anything to leave a message with Barthen, we were gonna go back to Barthen's to get a cart and ox again to let him know we'll be heading up towards Tribor Trail and we'll be gone. We don't know how long, but we'll definitely get them back to him and we'll pay however much he needs for us to rent it indefinitely.
Okay.
Essentially.
He gives you the same kind of deal, too, where he says you can pay when you bring it back. So you guys get some fresh ox, actually supplied by the Elderly Farms again. Probably one. You guys get an ox and the same, like, smaller cart for this. Because you're not taking, like, the large amount that you brought down from Neverwinter with all the prospecting gear and all the stuff from the Rockseeker brothers. Which, if you guys remember, are Gundren, Nundro, and... Oh, crap.
Lucia. I'm just kidding.
The other one.
No! I do
The
have
least
that.
favorite brother.
Mario.
I do have that
Oh,
actually.
you?
Yeah, I do have that.
My least favorite brother's Luigi.
Wow! Alright.
Oh, but I don't have them in order. I just have them.
Mario's the favorite.
I need to like start writing how these people are connected because I have a list of like everybody's names and
Bro,
who
I'm
they are.
telling you,
You know
use
what I
this
mean?
app. Though.
Which one is it
Oh,
again?
the one that you can't.
Yeah, that's what it is.
iPhone.
Yeah.
RPG nuts.
Yeah, it's amazing. I added a bunch of other stuff in there too.
Like I have who they are and how I know them. I
Yeah.
just like I don't have
Really
like
good for
how
a
if they know
game.
each other and certain. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, it's okay to only know
It's
some of
on
that
Android.
stuff, but
Yeah, it's on Android.
it does help
it's
later on,
on
especially if we keep doing
Apple. I bet
sessions.
on
Like even I need a
Oh,
lot of
okay.
reminders. I forget stuff.
I'll get better at note taking. I promise.
Yeah, as long as it's between you guys, if you guys can remember stuff, and if we forget something, hopefully it wasn't important.
Because
But,
Because
yeah.
that is not my job.
It's okay. I remember the weirdly important things, so you're good.
Hey, yeah, you do have a memory for some bizarre details sometimes, which is good. Especially like layouts.
Your foot.
No,
Okay.
I'm sitting
I thought we were
Indian
playing footsie for a
style.
second.
My foot. No,
yeah.
just kidding.
So
Playing
you
footsie.
guys head out, leaving Phandelver
Trying to
once
get a
again,
little
and
inspiration.
going out onto the trail that you guys are fairly familiar with by this point. It is early, the sun is just coming up, so that there's still a light kind of orange hue coming across the sky. It's cloudier today. It's a little bit cooler, a little bit cloudier, a little bit breezier than normal than you've seen in Phandelver. Almost a little bit unexpectedly so for this time of season. And there's my beautiful music. But you guys break trail and start heading up the pathway to the point where it splits, which actually even that point takes you probably an hour or 2 hours to get up to that point. And this time, for the first time, you guys head east instead of to the west. Unless you're heading to the Cragmaw Castle, which you guys know is pretty much due north of you.
Not directly
no.
yet. We were gonna be going up Tribord Trail on our way to Connieberry because we want to check out.
The well.
See, we want to see if we can, just on our way, come across any of the Orc Raiders possibly to
That's about to ask.
question them, get some
Zombies.
information. We also have the well that we were just told about, and we have Agatha
Well,
as well. So we kind of wanted to.
that's a heck of a.
Old Owell.
We
Old Owell.
we know that since people have been telling us, we know that orcs have been known to be raiding on Tribord Trail.
Yes.
I guess it would be pretty safe to say that as we're going down, once we start hitting the trail, we're probably. I mean, I know I can't speak for everyone, but I know like Yoso is probably keeping his eyes out.
Traveling carefully.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. He's probably specifically looking for orcs, like so. I don't know if that means
I'm
anything.
looking for everything.
Yeah.
If you want to attract orcs, that's raiding. Maybe have somebody drive and then throw like a tarp or something over the top of us, and just
Minor,
Kind of like an ambush attack.
minor illusion tarp. Got it.
Yeah.
Here, orky.
Yeah, right.
I was trying to think.
Here,
I'm trying to
orky,
think about
orky.
like, does anyone have anything they can like use to send out further ahead on recon, and maybe I can use the Ring of Alarm on them, or I can give them the Ring of Alarm, and they could let us know.
Oh yeah, I can totally send you ahead.
Okay. Fair.
as you look at red.
That's right. You do have red
We
back.
forgot to cover that too.
Huh?
We forgot to cover that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Sorry.
That's-
We'll talk about it.
Oh,
no.
It actually fits in really well because there's actually a feature that you have that it applies perfectly to. So yeah.
I'll ask Blackberry then. As we're
I'm
traveling on the
scared.
We
trail,
kinda
do you
locked eyes for a
want to?
second.
I can give you the Ring of Alarm, and no.
No, I don't need it.
Oh, you don't need it because he can talk directly to you, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I can actually ride behind his eyes. And,
Just see
Oh,
through his
okay.
eyes.
Yeah.
Trying to make this Ring of Alarm useful.
So you're sending the card because you're blind right now.
Yep. I'm basically zoning.
Oh, the music. So also, red is from Find Familiar, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm trying to think. Is there a time limit, or does yours just stay?
Until death, I believe.
Yep. Until death.
Well, so it's not always that way. It turns out.
Well, you can also dismiss it.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
sure.
can Dismiss
You
and
can-
resummon.
Yeah, exactly. So
Cool.
it goes into
Okay.
like a pocket dimension.
Yes, Red the Robin.
He's got his own genie room.
Red Robin. Sorry. I can't believe we haven't done that yet.
Honestly.
Yes. Okay. So you guys end up heading over east on Tribord Trail. The only thing you know about this area is what has been told to you from others, including from Radoth a little bit for the areas to the north, from Harbin Wester, describing some of the Orc Raiders, about Old Owl Well, as was told to you by Darren Ettermath, and the Wyvern Tor Mountains, which are kind of like generally described, and also from Radoth a little bit. And then, of course, Coneyberry, which was briefly described to you by Sister Garel. You know that there are rumors of a powerful banshee, a spirit that kind of lives in that area and is potentially able to divine and produce information, but is aggressive and demands offerings of sorts. So you were given a potential offering by Sister Gariel that you may be able to use over there. But the hours pass. It is going to be a lengthy journey.
Do we want to go to the Old Owl Well
That's
first?
true. What path are we taking?
Yeah, I feel like we'd kind of just like
Or do
hit
we-
it in order. Like on our way to Triborough Trail, we'll of course be like looking out for orc raiders, but whatever is first. So Old Owl Well, I'm assuming is before.
Oh,
It's right there.
Yeah, it is. So that's Old Owl Well is right there.
So yeah, we can do Old Owl Well and then head north after that to Coneyberry.
Okay.
How many
So-
days travel is this?
That is going to be 2 days of travel to get over there.
All right.
Almost perfectly. A little bit more, slightly more, but for 2 days of travel.
I'm assuming I probably ate my ration, like 2 rations in that time. Or
That's
do you-
true. Of course, you guys probably have plenty of rations.
Yeah.
I mean,
For
yeah.
a long time anyway.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
that might be a detail you don't care about. I'm just letting you know, like,
We have
At low levels, it is something good to keep an eye on. Once you get to higher levels, I mean, usually you have somebody who has spells and stuff that can make
like
food
Hero's
work anyway.
Feast and stuff like
It gets
that.
crazy.
I mean,
yeah.
I can literally just pop you a good berry.
Yeah.
That
It's a
doesn't
good
sound
berry,
right.
Yeah.
I'll pop you at a good berry real quick.
Feed you basically for a day
Mm.
and heals you.
Oh, so then if that's the case, I'll
Okay.
take one of those. Sure.
I need 2 volunteers.
Here.
And, okay, I would like D20s from both of you, please. Single.
Just a straight
A
D20.
straight D20.
16.
Nice.
Nat 20.
Nat 20?
Well, shit.
Nice.
Not so nice now.
Nice. Way to make me look bad.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself now. So,
Uh-oh.
on your first day of travel, you guys end up
Drink.
making it over to the point where you can see the Wyvern Tor and the changes of the landscape start before you. At first, it's hills, and land starts to dry out. And to the east and to the south, things really change appearance. And already on a cooler day, there's a backdraft off of this drier air coming out of this area. To the point where it's almost a little bit uncomfortable and you're probably nestling up a little bit. It's a nice day, but there's some chill, and especially with the recent mood of things that have happened for you all, maybe even a bit ominous, and it doesn't really add to it particularly. So the first day passes without issue, and you make it to a point off the side of the mountains where it is definitely the furthest east you have been. And you know that Caviar actually came from over this direction, but a little bit further north. She actually wasn't too far off from Cragmore Castle, as it turns out, which might explain some of the encounters and chases that happened to her. But you set up camp, you make it through the night, uneventful, nothing happens. But the next day of travel, you guys are going along. And for our wonderful natural 20 that was rolled over there, as you guys get into some of the valleys and ranges of the mountains inside of this space, it starts climbing up around you. You can no longer see the forest of Neverwinter or the trail, the Triborough Trail. In fact, all you can see is the mountains around you. The animals have changed. There's much, or far fewer creatures, little creatures. There's a lot more things flying above you. More birds, and bats at night even. Lots more scurrying and things like that. But other than that, it's much more quiet. However, when you guys are getting into the taller points and some of the peaks and going between some of those higher mountains, as you're getting pretty close to where you believe Old Owl Well is, you guys know how to navigate. You've been adventuring, and that's common for this time. You actually hear scuffles and the sound of many creatures coming towards you, coming around a bend up in front. I need a perception check from everyone, please. I know what your perceptions are.
D20.
2.
2? Okay.
Another.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
24.
20.
23.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
That's fine. Okay.
And
16 again.
I'm sorry, so this was a perception check?
Yeah.
18.
Where the hell's my perception? Oh, there it
It's
is.
right there.
I like that dice.
14.
Keep
14?
going.
Yep.
Okay. So, here's how this is going to go. I want our new player to roll a d12, please.
Yep.
Ooh, scurvy. Just kidding.
It's okay. We got plenty of vitamin
Yeah.
C.
Right.
All right, let's see what we got.
Vitamin cure wounds.
Oh my gosh. Did you say vitamin cure wounds?
Yes.
Vitamin.
That's my vitamin C.
That's it. TM trademark. That's the new thing.
Okay.
Vitamin
So,
cure wounds.
You were excited about your 20, but actually it turns out you rolled an encounter for the party.
Okay.
And you said you rolled 12? Wait, what now?
I rolled a 3.
3. I don't know why I heard 12. All right. You rolled a 3, and I'm trying to find it.
You know what's weird? I actually heard 12 too for
I
some
did too.
reason.
Yeah.
Oh, probably because of D12.
Oh, that
He
was
said
that
roll
was loud. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
She
that's
rolled
not
3.
exciting.
Dragon.
Three of them.
Perception checks were a 3.
It was a 16.
16?
Yeah, 11 plus 5.
18.
20.
14.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Blackberry, you were otherwise distracted for some reason.
I rolled a 23.
Oh, I thought I heard 3.
Now he rolled 23 twice.
You
20.
You heard 3 from her.
For perception check?
No,
No.
for the.
No.
Okay, we're
The
getting
3 was
the
the
D12.
D12.
I really thought maybe I just, I don't know. I'm the one I heard.
I mean, don't
Wait,
feel
so
bad. I
the
heard.
lowest roll was
He's got a
14?
20.
Shit, I guess that sucks.
I mean,
well, when you put it
I heard-
like that.
I heard it.
Okay, so you all heard what started as scuffles and ended up getting very deep and very loud, coming from around kind of one of the turns in front of you that goes around the side of a mountain, one of the peaks of Wyvern Tor, as it turns out. And the sound at first sounded slight, but then you realize it is coming from something very large and very heavy. As you peek around the corner of this and you look into the distance, the light manages to get into this space. It's still, from this point on this day, it's actually like later in the afternoon by the time you've gotten here. And it is still fairly chilly. But the first person up around that corner would probably be who?
Well, she got that 20 on perception.
Well,
didn't
we're all on and around the cart.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
whoever's
Yeah.
at the front of the cart, we didn't really establish.
well, we know he's in the back.
I'll say
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I'll be in my
yeah.
usual spot. I'll be on the ox.
I imagine the smaller people would probably
I
be
would
on
probably
the
be
cart
in
or the
front.
ox, and then like dudes like, and this is me just whatever you guys think, but I imagine in my head is like the smaller people would probably be on the cart or ox, and like the bigger people would probably be walking. But that's just
Yeah, it just kind of
you know.
depends on pace, but we'd
That's up to you
we'd
guys.
rotate out so that they could rest. But
Yeah.
Other than that, positions now, I'll say I'm in my usual spot on the back of the ox.
Okay.
I'll say I'm in the back, honestly, because I could see Yosa just kind of chilling in the back with like messing with his like flute or lute.
I'll probably be in the front.
Now I'm saying flute.
It's kind of so Pacomi is coming around this. You all kind of hear these noises, and you're starting to investigate into what it is. And as you move up and you look around the space, you see a very large shadow until it steps further out and the sunlight catches it from that angle. 14 feet tall, shoulders 8 feet across, lumbering arms, a giant jowled, massive face, hunched with a huge belly and legs like fucking trees. You have never seen one before, but you have no doubt in your mind that you have just stumbled onto an ogre. And it sees you. But that is actually where we will stop our game.
Da-da-da-da-da.
We'll pick that up next time.
See, and me like still not being that
It's like
experienced
the
with D&D is
exclamation
trying to
point.
figure out, is that a really scary moment right now, or like
Metal
I guess
Gear
we'll find out.
yeah.
Ding! Exclamation point.
I've
Alright, get in your box.
Now I think about it, Yoso himself hasn't
Always.
technically fought that many creatures throughout all the encounters since I've been with these
Yeah,
guys.
he fought some plants. He fought some.
No, that's what I'm
zombies.
saying though. Is that kind of for the most part, I was like either trying to get somebody out of web, or I was mainly just like
No,
throwing healing words.
It might seem like
fought
that.
him. You were shooting. You were
Yeah,
That's
spelling.
true, yeah. Okay, my bad. I for some
And
reason
then
I
you-
figured
and then
Yoso
you got almost one tapped by a dragon.
Shit.
Because especially like low levels, a couple of encounters is a lot for those adventurers, and
Right.
also just like in general in D&D, like several low-level monsters can be enough to like drain a party.
Right.
Yeah.
Hell, depending on your class, you can get one tapped by a basic enemy at level 1.
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, heck.
I saw actually. That's funny you said. I was watching a video where they were making fun of D&D, and in that,
Oh, we did freeze.
I think we talked about that video. The one where he's like, the dude who keeps replacing his character
yeah.
with a brother. Like, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that one episode.
I think it
where-
was an XP level 3 video.
Yeah, and he's got one where like it's them all meeting for the first time in a tavern, and then he like talking about how great he is, but then he like tries to kill a rat, but the rat gets a nat 20 on him. Like,
One of the very first games we played a interesting game called Rathmore. It was a D&D setting, and within the first 10 minutes, we got basically ambushed by a pair of wolves, and guess who was on watch? The level 1 wizard. First roll of the game, practically. DM roll to hit. Crit.
All right, so for some reason the webcam is down. That is okay though, because that is actually where we're ending the session for the night. I think we still got one person here. So yeah, I appreciate you, man. The pictures that are showing are drawn by one of our players, AJ, who plays Pacomius, our monk. And he usually does one for each session and picks some funny standout moments or whatever. So when you watch those, it kind of lets you know a little bit about what the Halfwits have actually been through. We do not yet know the name of the carrot god. So we will have to look further into the backstory of Blackberry and then let you know.
Totally gonna do research, like legit.
Yeah.
Agricultural research on carrots now.
So we will figure out what exactly it is and where that comes from. But I am going to go ahead and cut the stream there. We probably will be streaming again next weekend on, I believe, Sunday of next weekend at the same time, though, from 2 to 6 p.m. for, what are we, Central Standard Time?
Yeah.
Yeah, Central Standard Time is going to be our basic streaming schedule. And we might alternate Saturdays and Sundays some weeks, depending, but it will be that time on the weekends each time. So, but I appreciate you, man. I hope you had fun watching us, and have a good night.